So now?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valeria Lopez Alvaro, and it's a pleasure to moderate this session today. Welcome to the International Forum 2025, Doing Futures in Precarious Times, and to this panel entitled Spiral Times, The Politics of Silence and Samba as Feminist and Decolonial Practice for Weaving Futures. As you know, because maybe you were in other panels, this year's forum invite us to reflect how we do futures, how we do presents, and how we can imagine, negotiate, and create possibilities with uncertainty and also across the precariousness from perspectives of the global south. And today I'm really honored because we are with three different compañeras, scholars from Brazil and Mexico, and they are going to share with us their perspectives. So the first professor is Renata, and she's an associate professor at the Department of Anthropology at the Universidad Federal Fluminense de Brazil. And she specializes in the anthropology of rituals, urban anthropology, festivals, memory, cultural policies, and cultural heritage. She has edited several works on these topics, including her latest co-edited book, Cultural Heritage, Museums, and Collective Rights of Minorities, last year. And she directs the Narua Research Group and is currently the director of the Institute of Humanities and Philosophy at the Universidad Federal Fluminense. And yeah, she's also part of the committee of this international forum, of the organizers of this international forum. So it's really nice that you are with us and that you are going to present your work and share your work, Renata. So now we listen to you, and you can also share your screen.
So good morning, everyone. Good afternoon or good evening. I don't know. I'm speaking from Rio. So here it's good morning. So thank you very much. It's a very great pleasure to be with you, with Valeria, Lieli, and Ivone, and all of you from the forum. We are here again trying to discuss and to bring some topics that are part of our work. So today my presentation will focus on two Afro-Brazilian women whose memory remains present through painted images, statues, cultural space, and guided tours in Rio de Janeiro. The one is Tia Ciapa, a mythical and historical figure born in Bahia and later established in Rio de Janeiro, known as one of the matriarchs of samba and candomblé. Her house became one of the main spaces of sociability and cultural creativity in the early 20th century. It was a place where musicians, religious leaders, and workers from the port area met and exchanged practice. The second one will be Mercedes Batista, who is a pioneering Black dancer trained at the Teatro Municipal of Rio and founder of the Ballet Folclórico. She was the first Black woman to join the Municipal Ballet and to bring Afro-Brazilian dance forms onto formal stages, transforming her artistic trajectory into a political and aesthetic gesture of affirmation. Well, both of them are based in this area called Pequena África or Little Africa in Rio. It's a port area. The term Pequena África frames the idea of a territory of arrival and settlement for Africans in Brazil, as well a site of cultural resistance that in recent decades has shaped the representations of Afro-descended presence and of other groups in the central region of Rio de Janeiro. Well, these women are also reimagined throughout Pequena África in murals and cultural centers that stand out in the urban landscape, updating their presence in the present day. These visual expressions, often marked by names from popular music and by the carnival groups of the 20th century, contribute to shaping a living repertoire of Afro-Brazilian memory and resistance. Here are some murals so you can see what kind of image I am trying to show you. Well, to continue, I will try to dialogue with Diana Taylor. Diana Taylor, in her book called The Archive and the Repertoire, Performing Cultural Memory in the Americas, explores the relationship between performance, memory, and culture in the Americas. Her argument distinguishes between the archive and the repertoire to discuss how cultural memory is preserved and transmitted. The archive refers to documents, text, images, and objects that can be stored and retrieved, forms of official and institutionalized knowledge that are tangible yet selective and controlled by institutions. The other one is the repertoire. By contrast, encompasses embodied practice of transmitting knowledge and memories such as performances, gestures, rituals, and oral traditions, which being ephemeral, depend on physical presence and repetition to persist as living, dynamic, and often marginalized forms of knowledge. So we are going to present Tia Seata in the terms of this presence in this territory. Tia Seata was born in Bahia in 1854. At the age of 22, she moved to Rio during the migration known as the Bahian diaspora. And there is a filmmaker called Roberto Moura, and he written his book, Tia Seata in Little Africa in Rio. It was published in 1983, and he attributes to Heitor dos Prazeres, who was an artist, the introduction of the term Little Africa to designate this area that extended from the Port Wharf zone to the main square called Praça 11. This author says that dramatically this region and Tia Seata organized a set of ancestors and deities and musicians. She's like the central character, as she was a cook and a candomblé priestess whose house was based in Praça 11, and she brought together prominent samba musicians. Today, the circuit known as the Caminhos de Tia Seata, Tia Seata's Paths, is remembered and promoted by a cultural center and a project organized by her great-granddaughter called Grace Mary. She's here in this photo, and she founded this cultural organization in 2007. In this space, various activities celebrate both her personal trajectory and the idea of Little Africa, understood as the area stretching from Pedra do Sal to Praça 11, where religious practice, traditional foods, and samba took place. According to Grace, the institution is a place designed to tell the public who this woman was, the matriarch of samba, whose house became the capital of Little Africa. Well, the center promotes samba and musical performance honoring Afro-Brazilian musical traditions. It also offers workshops on percussion, dance, capoeira, Afro-Brazilian cuisine, and other cultural expressions. These activities aim to teach and disseminate knowledge about Seata's individual history and memories, while also hosting lectures, debates, and community discussions with local residents, musicians, and dancers. Topics include the history of samba, African influence in Brazilian culture, racial issues, and more. Among the various initiatives promoted at the Cultural Center are the Roda de Samba da Cabaça, which is the house organizes every month, and the Cortejo da Tia Seata, which is a street procession celebrating the memory of this Bahian tia, the samba, the community encounters, moving from Praça 11 to the mansion that hosts the institution. The meanings surrounding this experience revolve around a festive sociability, that runs through Afro-Brazilian cultural expressions such as samba, carnival groups, expressing the resilience and resistance of their main protagonists against different forms of domination and oppression. These spaces are recreated today in Little Africa through murals. This one I'm showing is an example that reshape the urban landscape, updating their presence in contemporary life, marked by names from popular music, and they contrast with the idea of archive, which preserves written and material records. Here, the repertoire is embodied through gestures, dances, songs, performance, and images that keep collective knowledge alive. Well, let us move on to another point in our exploitation of Pequena Africa. And now is Mercedes Batista, who is, here is the installation of a statue of the black ballerina, Mercedes. The statue, which forms part of the current landscape of the square, inspired by a famous photograph of Mercedes wearing a turban and performing a movement from an Afro dance. The statue captures a dance gesture that has become one of the square's main attractions, constantly surrounded by residents, tourists, and visitors. Around this monument, guides and visitors take photos reproducing her pose or use it as a meeting point for dancers and to observe the life and movement of the square. Mercedes was born in Campos dos Goitacazes, next to Rio, and she died on 2014 in Rio. As narrated by Paulo Melgaço, he has a book, and he is trying to tell us the story of Mercedes, and he's trying to say that she moved to Rio to work as with her mother, who was a domestic servant and then she wanted to study, and she began working at an early age, first in a print shop and later in a hat factory. Her displacement to Rio with her mother resembles the path taken by many other women. The migration of Black women to Rio in the first half of the 20th century was part of a broader phenomenon of internal migration in Brazil, particularly among Afro-descendant populations seeking better economic and social opportunities. With the urban expansion and the growth of domestic service, commerce, and industry in Rio, the city offered an alternative to labor and enabled some degree of financial autonomy. Women who migrated often relied on established networks of relatives or friends in Rio who supported one another in adapting to the new urban environment. In this context, domestic work, through often poorly paid and lacking labor rights, served as a means of survival. In Mercedes' context, the ballet group she created opened new possibilities in within Afro and classical ballet dance converge. Today, this statue is present in multiple ways. It serves as a focal point for hearing the dancer stories during guided tours, yet in everyday life, it also takes on new relationships between people and places. So I'm going to, here is people dancing with the statue. So to conclude, the ways in which the memories of these two women are narrated, remembered, and transmitted through murals, streets, and local activities reveal much about the social experience of women in Rio, past and present, as part of the broader process of constructing lives through names, images, stories, and experiences, visiting the places where their images are represented, are like to be there and to be part of it. The points of visitation, the routes taken overlap with the activities of the Tias Baianas, while the image of Mercedes evokes the urban context of migrant women's insertion. The urban murals constitute contemporary forms of updating Afro-Brazilian memories in their broadest sense. Initiatives such as the Negro Muro project responsible for 3 murals at the Museum of Afro-Brazilian History and Culture, and for interventions in local schools. This one is the last one. Is the initiatives that demonstrate the vitality of a movement that intertwines art and memory. In January this year, the collective inaugurates this big mural. It's about 600 meters, honoring writer Conceição Evaristo. Is the largest ever painted by the brokerage, reaffirming Black women protagonism in the urban landscape. These visual productions can be understood as a performative repertoire of memory. By occupying walls, squares, the artists create a landscape of resistance that reactivates memories of ancestry and struggle, connecting the legacy of the former houses and terreiros to contemporary urban expressions. The murals, therefore, not only represent memory, but perform it, updating in public space the aesthetic and political agents of the Black population and affirming Pequena África as a living territory of re-existence and creation. So, to end, the analysis suggests structural similarities between forms of circulation and integration of women across more than a century, establishing connection between different temporalities: the African diaspora, the Bahia diaspora, the internal migration to the capital, and modern times, all updated in the present. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Renata. It was really, really interesting. Now we are going to have the presentation from Lieli. I'm going to read a little bit about her biography. Dr. Lieli Loures, it's now a PhD in Communication Studies from the Universidad Federal Fluminense from Brazil, and a doctoral fellow at the University of Tübingen. Her research explores the intersection of journalism and literature in relation to gender-based violence, with a focus on sexual violence, feminist epistemologies, and the colonial thought. Lieli is going to share with us today her presentation, and yeah, it's about the title is Literature and the Lexicon of Survival. And yeah, now you can turn on your micro, Lieli. And thank you very much for being with us. And
thank you, Valeria, for the presentation. And good morning, good afternoon for all of you that are here. Thanks for coming. It's really nice to be with Renata and Ivani again, now as a doctor. And okay, I'm gonna share my screen view. Just a second. Okay. Is it working?
yeah, it's working. You can start sharing the.
So you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So before I started, I'll say something. So what I'm going to share here is the core of my research, my PhD research that I concluded last month. I defended last month. So the core of my research is the rape culture. And I focus not on rape, but not only on rape as the violent act, but mainly on rape as a rhetorical act. So I can extract the symbolical meaning of it. So when we're talking about sexual violence, we are talking about two perspectives: the perspective of the perpetrator and the survivor. In each angle that we look at, we're going to see a different approach and a different meaning of the same fact. But the production of these meanings extend far beyond the actors involved on it. So it's much bigger than the perpetrator and the victim itself, because rape is an action that is in dialogue with the script of patriarch for masculinity and for manhood. And also the victim in this script, she has, or they have to perform a certain behavior to be recognized as a victim or as a survivor. So in this framework, the victim has no voice. Instead, they are forced into this very framed, enclosed behavior that they have to perform. So I'm drawing here this to say this. I'm drawing from Rita Segato and Eliette Safiotti and Carol Pateman, that they research and they make knowledge about rape and gender, binarism, and patriarch. So when we listen to the survivors, we hear a different story, a very different from what the script to the victim says, according to the patriarchy hegemonic thought. So in my research, I focus on the victim's voice to understand how they can produce the meaning and how this meaning can disrupt the hegemonic idea of what is rape and what is a survivor or a victim. And I named this along my research, and now I'm going to present, and then along the presentation, I will bring the theoretical contribution of my research. To do that, I will analyze two texts. Just a minute. Let me see. Okay, I will analyze two texts. One is The Color Purple of Alice Walker, and the other one is from Mary Wollstonecraft, The Wrongs of Women. They are works from different times and different countries, different cultures, but they have a crossing line, something that put them in touch, cross time and space, which is rape. And from Alice Walker, I bring Sally, which she is the main character. She, the whole story is narrated by her, by the letters that she writes first for God, and then she writes to her sister. And then the book is all about her story, life from 14 until she gets very old. And the environment of this story is the Black community in the southern United States in the early 20s, post-abolition, but with a very strong social racial problem. It's a very racist and violent, and the story focuses on this Black community, and especially in Black women in this community. So Sally's story is very tragic, it's full of violence. She's abused by her stepfather. She gets pregnant, and he asks her to not tell anybody but God. And then that's how the story begins. She's writing to God that she's pregnant and that she doesn't deserve that. And the book, the way that she writes it, that Alice Walker writes it, it's very powerful because it's the way that she speaks with lots of what we call mistakes, grammatical mistakes, English mistakes, but it's very powerful because you can feel the character. And so I take these letters as a testimony, and I use it to show a rape narrative that comes from Alice Walker as a testimony of what happened to other women in the Black community. We know that this is a fiction, is a novel, but that we can relate the text and the story with real testimonies that we can gather from NGOs or other women that came forward to tell the stories. And then the second one, and I'm not putting them in the chronological order because it doesn't matter. What matters is the story that connect them and the places and time. So there's no problem, this is the idea of spiral time that I'm going to talk about a little bit later, that when we have an issue, it goes around and it comes to the surface again, and the times brings this again, and the people, we fight it again. So Jemima is not the main character. She's the keeper of a mental hospital when Maria, the main character, is locked by her husband because he wants to take her and inheritance and fortune, and he puts her away from her children, and he tried to make her look crazy so he can get everything from her. And when she's locked there, she gets to know Jemima and they become friends. And then through Mary Wollstonecraft, we heard the story of those wrong women, and Jemima is important for me because we bring her also to the front light because she was also raped. In a different context, she was daughter of a very poor woman, and she was neglected she didn't have anything, like not a mother, not a house. She was being given from house to house, abandoned. And then when she started to tell her story, she had this profession. She was taking care of this facility, this mental hospital facility. But she started to tell her story when she was 16, when she was raped she was a servant, and she was raped by the employer, and the picture shows, let me go back to the picture because she was raped by the man who was her employer, and the woman, the wife, she caught them in the act, and she hit the Jemima and expelled her from the house. And then from that moment on, she's forced into prostitution, and then she has a very tough life, but she's very intelligent and she's very smart, and she learns how to read, and she has a very impressive intellect. And I assume that Wollstonecraft is trying to show everything that she puts in her book, The Vindication of Women. She puts that was a political book, but in the Wrongs of Women, she brings it into life through the stories of those women that she's narrating. So she makes Jemima a very strong woman, very full of conscience of what happens to her and what she could become if she had the chance of go to school, have education, and a better life. So, yeah, sorry, I'm going back to, sorry, I'm lost. Okay, where I go? Okay, here. So I bring those texts here. I already put the context of the two characters in the books, and I bring those two texts here because they can be used as images of, we're not going to read it, but we can understand both of them are narrating the rape experiences that they have, and is by sharing the experiences that I can look at the texts and the stories of them, and I can bring the contribution of my research for the field. I forgot to mention but I'm a journalist, as you said, as you already said, Valeria. But my research is mixture in communication field, media studies, and literature a little bit, because I analyze also the law texts to understand rape, but it's in literature that I understand that the survivors can bring the stories without being judged. And that's the better medium for them to tell what happened from their side without being framed by what law says that is true. So making a comparison between what law says about rape and about victim and what the literature tells us, I came up with this idea of fictionalization of rape, which is the idea that the script that patriarch give us, women or survivors in general, it's not feasible. We cannot reach what they say, because when you get to law, this sense is read as something that you have to do. You have to fight to say no. And when we come to neuroscience, we understand that usually when you are facing a life threat, you freeze. And freezing is the normal response. Most of women freeze. Most of people that are facing this danger, the rape or a life threat in other ways, freeze. So there is this contradiction between what neuroscience says, what law says, and what we can read in testimonies when people can say freely what happened to them. So then, and then when I look at the problem and I see what one side is saying and the other side saying, what is rape for law and for survivors, I understand that the survivor's testimony creates what I call internal friction, which is a disruptive way of change the vocabulary that will define rape in the hegemonic way. Okay, so I'm almost, this is just, I'm explaining what I just said. So law and media also will represent rape in a hegemonic way, which is tied to patriarch values, and which it's not the same thing that the survivor will say. So when gathering all these texts, and I just brought two for us to analyze here, but it's possible to see that those women, they make their own lexical. They make a community based on sharing the pain, and they come up with new words. In this text that I brought here, I didn't get any example, but if we go for like today, we have lots of new terminologies to explain what it is, starting the change from victim to survivor, or when we say, for instance, the mansplaining, we are creating new lexical to explain how we are being oppressed or invisibilizadas. It's hard to say in English. And so we have, by creating this lexical and sharing this in this community, they can launch it in the world and start this confrontation, which happens in culture. That's why it's important to bring together all of these characters and these sides of rape, the narratives, into culture. And then I use Stuart Hall, Leda Martins, and Mikhail Bakhtin to explain how it's possible to understand what I call internal friction, fictionalization, and this creation of this new lexical. And the main important thing is to bring new words and to force a new meaning in the hegemonic vocabulary, and to start to change laws and moral behavior and how society understands rape and the survivors and all the stories, that it's not in the hegemonic places of media and law and etc. And yes, and that's it. That's all I have to say for now, and I hope we can have a nice discussion after Ivone. Thank you.
No, thanks. Thanks a lot, Lieli. I think that your presentation was extremely thoughtful, and I'm really grateful for your sensitivity and for, yeah, the depth with which you address this complex and, yeah, this reality as sexual violence and survival. And yeah, now we are going to have the next presentation with Yvonne. And I'm going also to read a little bit about the bio of Yvonne. She's from Mexico. She's at, I think, 7 a.m. at the morning or 8 a.m. at the morning. However, the main things that we want to share about Yvonne is that she's a researcher and professor at the Philology Research Institute, Instituto de Investigaciones Filológicas, en la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, UNAM. She has been a professor at the Universidad Autónoma del Estado de Morelos. She was professor there. After that, she was also professor here in Tübingen from 2016 to 2017. But now she's working at the UNAM, and yeah, now she's going to share with us her presentation, and it's about silences and euphemism in Latin America narrative. And I think that it's a extremely, yeah, spiral presentation now between the you three together. So thank you.
Thank you, Valeria, and thank you, Lieli and Renata, for joining forces in this panel. It's always a pleasure to make a conversation with you about these topics. And also I was remembering this week that it's been to the date almost 10 years that I have been collaborating with the network of Global South Studies in Tübingen. Actually, I lived there the first time in my life in 2015 for 2 months, and then I returned in 2016 to teach over there. So for me, it's a very nice space in order to developing ideas, like a kind of a laboratory to think about different topics in my research that are kind of a tangent, because my main focus in Mexico is in Latin American contemporary literature, especially in Mexican and Cuban, and the production of women writers in Latin America. But in this instance, I've been thinking a lot of different problems that are intertwined with my work as a researcher, as a woman, as a Latin America, Global South human being, I don't know. And I've been presenting a lot of these kind of tangents on thinking out loud, intertwining literature and the topics and the research perspective that you guys in Tübingen have been proposing us over the years. So, for example, and I've been, and that's why I wanted to, at the beginning, I was very ambitious and tried to tackle on 3 subjects. And I think I will only be going in depth a little bit in only one, but I would outline the other ones. First of all, in 2021, when the forum was about, I don't think it was forum yet, because it has been changing names this annual conference. But I think in 2021, it was on toxic temporalities. And in that conference, I had the opportunity to think out loud and publish a little bit afterwards about toxic temporalities in academia. And I was stumbled about the very interesting topic that in Latin American literature, we don't have like a campus novel or academia novel. There are two instances because of that, and I explored that in that presentation a little bit more in depth. But I think more of the campus novel or academic novel written in Latin America are focused or placed in the campus of universities in Europe or in the United States. For example, Camino de Ida de Ricardo Piglia, for example, or La Parte de los Críticos, the part of the critics on 2666 from Bolaño, for example. But in Latin America, it's been like a kind of a taboo topic. And even more so if we think about the representation of the gender gap and how are depicted women within the academia. Not only we tend to perform a more motherhood or tutoring role in academia, we're more close, empathic, and fulfill different activities and roles in the approach with our students, but also in which topics we work about. And that's one of the things I will be thinking about in this depiction. Not only that it's a taboo to talk about academia because we get in troubles with our own universities, with our systems, and it's a very difficult topic to approach, not fictionally, but in social sciences or sociology studies. And it's a very important topic, but it's, for me, it's very interesting, and it will go show up in across the different topics that I will be exploring a little bit here, is that the representation is crucial for thinking out loud, for communicating, for socializing these kind of problems. So we have the glass ceiling in many posts within the academia that are being also not tackled in sociology papers and have been a little bit talked about in some of the Anglo-Saxon and in English literature, for example, but not in Latin American literature. So that's one of the things that I was thinking about when I thought about this presentation. The other one is in spring school of this year, 2025, in spring, in April, I was talking about with you guys, I don't know if it was broadcasted or not, but I was talking about the social representation of pain in Mexican literature and how it's a little bit, and I also thought a little bit that, of course, with in Brazil, in UFI, last year, I remember, it was last year, years go by so fast. But I was talking about how there's a little bit of problematic intersectionality in this representation, and how this social pain is more experienced by gender biases, as the racial biases, and social class biases. So that's one of the topics that I've already been working about. And I was thinking that one of the topics that I will tackle more in depth at the end of this presentation is the domestic violence within the academia, for example, like with professors, or because normally domestic violence is depicted as a lower class problem. So that is a problem in the representation and how symbolic narratives go along, and that's pervading or performative, also like a kind of intersectionality bias on those representations. So that's also a problem that I have been encountered in these kind of topics. And the third one, and I'll be linking a little bit another tangent here, because also in the toxic temporalities in academia, one of the problems that have been arising a lot is the mental health in academia. And as we can make a dialogue with Foucault, this knowledge and discourses is power, and made in all the discourses in the scientific literature of mental health, psychology, and psychiatry, always mental health has been labeled or stereotyped with the experience of the women. We could think about hysteria and how it's linked with our womb, and how we are more, in the example that Lieli also brought us together, is how the medical, psychiatric, and psychological discourse have been weaponized against women in certain specific societies in order to take power over women's bodies or wills or economy, independence, etc., etc. So, and the other thing, and it's in this kind of the academy and mental health discourses and the representation of women, I've been thinking about, because I've been reaching an age, I'm not yet there, but I'm being worried about a little bit of menopause. Because many of my colleagues and my friends have been experiencing, and I've been accompanied them along these kind of changes, and I've been researching a lot about these, the transformation that entails for women and women's brain and all the organic system, our bodies, and it hasn't been, it has catch up with me that I've been reading and teaching a lot of Latin American literature from the 21st century, and I've been encountered about the representation of rape or violence, or domestic violence, even though it's with this gender and socioeconomical bias, etc. But the period, for example, that is called, this is Gabriela Ponce's Sanguínea, for example, that is depicts very interesting ways on in relationship with period in different women's, or how period is in Ampuero, for example, how period is utilized as a way to avoid certain types of rape or sexual violence, for example, because it disguises men. It's disgusting for men, so it's a little bit of it's called it's utilized in certain ways, but it's still a lot of stigma and taboo about talking about menopause, and also menopause, not only because one of the researchers, medical researchers of menopause has, Mary Claire Haven, has stated that in medical instances, most of the doctors in their years, formative years, not specialization, but formative years, have been also taught to dismiss all the symptoms of menopause women. For example, she has a little bit of research on how many terms or labels have been imposed to women when they reach this kind of symptoms, and they are dismissed as WWW of whining women. It's like they're hypochondriac and that's only seeking attention. And so it's also a bias in all the research made for and to comprehend all the changes in chemically that occurs in our bodies. So actually, I'm gonna now because I think I'm gonna be okay. I'm still have a little bit time.
Free time, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm not going to go to excerpt of novel, but I don't know. I think I cannot. Here, okay. This novel is very interesting for me because in not only I've been working with this novel in different instances because it's a very sui generis novel. It's called Lobo or Wolf. That is the name of a town, and Viviana Camacho, and it's published by Maria in 2017. And it's very interesting because it works on the repercussion of war and drugs, but as a community, the dissolution of community network, or the community fabric, I'm sorry. Also, like, utilizes the resources, narrative resources of diegetic construction of the fantastic fiction to talk about this violence and the cartels. For other, it's also depiction academia practices, for example, involuntary or push retirement in academia professors, but also a very interesting for me in the social pain representations, depictions, the ethical depiction of corpus, that has been another thing that I've been working on in the latest years. And because of this, I wanted to read out loud and talk about, because it's very interesting that this professor, the academia professor, that is also in the menopause, and she Viviana Camacho doesn't speak about menopause, but it depicts the sexuality of a woman of 60 years old, and she's an academia professor, and it's I'm gonna I don't know if I can read it in Spanish or in English, or I should, but I'm gonna do it in English. I felt the urge to go to the bathroom and got up, still groggy. I walked toward the pits and heard a scream that finally woke me up. This is a dialogue of Prudencia. Prudencia saw Felicia and Witsi, that is a professor, and his partner, his romantic partner, rolling on the floor, grabbing each other by the hair. As soon as one was about to get up, the other would pull them back. They knocked their chairs, lamp, anything that they could find in their path. Prudencia tried to stop them, but in the attempt, she also received blows and kicks. I thought they were going to kill each other. I really did. Prudencia's face now showed exhaustion, and a twitch of her nose made me think that she felt disgust too by this kind of violence in this, be a witness for all of this. Ursula told me, another maid, that Felicia kicked Witsi out of the hacienda, threw his things into the yard, kicked him, and told him she wanted to see him again. And then she started crying, leaning against the dining room table, disheveled, her clothes torn, scratched, and bruised. The representation is not as crude. It's all, as I've already established, it's a very ethical and very nuanced representation, depiction of these violences within the academia in social class, upper social class professor. But for me, it's very interesting because it gathers a lot of other, it tackles a lot of silences or taboos that other representation in Latin America are running from. So it's my presentation is more like an opening line, an openly discussion for ongoing work and ongoing dialogues within the frame of this forum, but also the long running work that I've been developing within this network of Global South studies. So I'm gonna finish with this, stating that for me, as already Lieli established, Rita Segato underlines that symbolic representation is the first step in order to talk about many of women's problems, gender perspective problems, but also how we tackle them then juridically is in the law is another way, and she works this in with the representation of gender violence and homicide, feminicide, then goes through that. But also when we talk about, or we think of Stuart Holt, it's also like this representation is entangled, and it's very important because it tackles like all the discourses of power knowledge that have been forming a symbolic imaginary of how problems are dealt in real world. But for me, the instance of literature is very important and central, like cultural, not only as a cultural form, but as a way of thinking out loud, and fictionalize is a way of problematizing also something that otherwise in real work wouldn't be able to be problematized. So for me, it's very interesting to think of that. I'm sorry, I'm finishing. In order or connecting with these precarious forms of being a woman, and in order to think futures as human beings, academia professors, mental health, recovery patients, etc., etc., etc. So with this, I close. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much to Lieli, Renata, and Valeria, and all the forum staff for opening always these spaces to discuss. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this panel. I think that it's like I have learned a lot across the three presentations. And yeah, we are moving now to the space of questions. I don't know if we already have someone who want to address a question. We have from Renata, at least from my perspective, I can give a summary. I feel that with Renata, we have this insightful reflection on how within the public sphere, we can recognize these forms of, you also named the resistance and creation emerging from Afro-Brazilian communities, how the samba's power and the transculturality that are just like there in the space and also in the practice from Tia Siata and Mercedes Baptista, intertwined the religion, samba, ballet, and yeah, it was really interesting. And I don't know if there's also questions about that or from Lieli. I think that I'm really like thankful for doing your work and named it and explored that in this multidisciplinary approach, but mostly with this sensitivity. And I think that it was really clear that you are trying not to name the survival across the hegemonic ways. And with you, Yvonne, I'm really thankful for your talking now about, what happened inside academia, gender violence, mental health, how it's reflected sometimes in women's literary production, and also menopause, that are a lot of topics that generally we don't feel like able to talk in a forum or in academia that are hidden. So I don't know if there are reactions or questions. I don't see any questions still, but I think that if maybe I can ask the first one is like, how do you think that these connections from this notion that Lieli bring of a spiral are like connected in this forum? Because you proposed the panel, but how you can like connect the three ways that you have postulate today? I think that I summarize the ideas, but how you think that you can connect this the three presentations.
Did you ask like for any of us or
Yeah,
anyone?
if you can, because we still don't have questions until somebody else give a time.
Okay, so I will start and maybe Renata and Bonnie can join me. The idea, I guess, was to show that for many of us, the precarious time is there, and many of us, and we picked women here to show that across time and space and culture and territory, women we have to survive in very rush, scenarios. And when we get into the academia, we have to perform, as Yvonne was bringing, we perform the idea that we are all intellectuals and we have no private life and it doesn't interfere, doesn't cross. And when we start to think about it and bring this as subject for us to study, we can name, we can point, we can show how things are different from like a Black woman and a white man, for instance, in different parts of the globe, So I guess the idea was to show through different stories and background how this place that we call culture, but not culture as something specific, but culture like as the way that society, the people live together and decide the values, how is the place for us to discuss the issues more than law, more than, by representing and speaking about these problems, we can tackle them, bring them to light, discuss them as a topic of research, as a topic of a problem that is often it's behind scenes in domestic spaces. And as Yvonne said, the forum always gives us the chance of bring those ideas and talk seriously about, the issues that I'm sure that we all are in touch with those kind of problems in some level. For my part, that's what I thought when we put all of this together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Renata? Yeah.
Yes, I think one powerful idea that Lieli brought to us is the idea of community epistemology, I think. Because in my case, in my presentation, to imagine resistance through, for example, Tia Seata and Mercedes, is to understand how language, how gesture and embodied practice form a community epistemology. That's a way of knowing and transmitting knowledge that emerges from collective experience, and in my case, from performance. I think from Lieli, the cases come from literature, and for maybe also you can think about this kind of practice like literature, experience, performance, images, and then trying to think about a lexical words, expressions, songs, and rituals, not merely verbal. It encodes many meanings of survival, irony, creativity. In the sense, the vocabulary, they are like epistemic ways of understanding the world through embodied women in a diversity of ways and expressions. So to think out loud with you all, I think in dialoguing with Diana Taylor, her concept of repertoire, in this case, encompasses embodied practices, in my case that I presented, to transmit cultural memory. But maybe you can think about how this imagination can be shown in different ways. And that's why I think we can think it in literature, like films, or in images or performance, and all of this like frame different ways of being and knowing, and how women are in this different parts of the world and times, in this like spiral time that things brings they are repeated along the time. So I think it's like to think about how we can create this kind of epistemology to discuss our topics. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah. And Yvonne, you?
Yeah. Thank you. I think that also one thing that we don't talk about is how sometimes we made panels. And we made panels not only because we can, obviously, I have a deeply respect for the work that Lieli and Renata have made and have shown and shared with us over the years, but it's because of their projects and their work, ongoing work, have been spoken to me along the way. So it's for me, it's like this idea of, there's a lot of Giges says some in some of his books, that is like an empathy of thinking. And those empathy of thinking make bridges even through very different disciplines, because I'm not from media studies or anthropology or sociology, or I don't know, it depends on which panel I'm on with. But in these instances, I think we can fish out, or like find out the thread that joins all this empathy of thinking, and also like this community of wanting to think together in some points and have a conversation with you guys in public. But also I think we have all three of us meditated, reflected on the mediation and dealing with experience through different cultural constructions of configurations. I'm sorry, my English is 7 a.m. in the morning. And for example, for Renata, it was like the aesthetic level or dimension of the performative in samba, but it's a cultural form, and it's has this aesthetic or cultural frame that is very important and connects with also that this mediation of literature and how it creates a lexicon with in literature and the first representation of rape in and the word circulating or thinking out loud through literature. For me, it's I'm going developing ongoing conversation because I'm thinking on not on different periods of literature or like the antecedentes, how did we say, like background or first approaches or representation of rape in literature, and nowadays how we have still dealing with some silences in those cultural constructions and configurations, and how some of or very little text in literature or narrative fiction have been tackled this silence and trying or dealing with some other experiences that have not been already represented in literature. So for me, it's actually very coherent panel in many levels, and I thank you guys for this conversation out loud and all the things that I always learn from you.
Yeah, I'm also really thankful, and I think that yeah, we have the floor open for questions. However, I think that perhaps like me, many of other participants, we have a lot of participants here listening, but because the topic that you are sharing, it was always just like behind the scenes, and there's just like there's no sometimes like the spontaneity of say, because it's not, we are not going to deal and go inside a concept or have a academic discussion about the concepts that we use, because we are sharing a little bit more like the private sphere, and also or what was considered like private. I think that maybe that's why we still don't have some questions or more questions to you. So also, just because we have the space, I just want to ask you, because we have this forum the last 2 weeks, and yesterday, for example, we also have a discussion about how these new regimes of totalitarian neo-fascism, extremely misogynist governance, and how they are also now in the academic spaces. Um, what do you think, or which is your perspective, your position, when we are still in the academic spaces, but we are living these increasingly restrictions in gender and feminist studies? Also, there are some scholars that are now like persecuted. And how do you think that about this situation that we are living in a worldwide? And it's not new, but it's just like maybe now in media it's more like public. It's like we are not accepting that you are saying this, however we are doing it. And which is your positionality about this? And you, Renata, also said about epistemological co-creation, epistemic resonance, epistemic networks. So how do you think that it could also work? I don't know if you want to share with us about that. It's also part of the context in which this forum is. We are doing this forum, this situation context. Yeah, I don't know. Renata, you have your micro on silent. You are not again. You have to turn on the micro, Renata.
Okay,
Yeah.
now it's working. Yes. Okay. It's a good point, and maybe to connect the political situation in Rio, where I live, where those women presented lived, we have to link it with epistemological forms of authoritarian governments, of fascism maybe, or maybe government in Rio along the time on the 20th century, and it stays in the 20th, like maybe from the 18th century until the 20th century, there was like government that limits many things in the way of existence in Rio, limits ways of knowing, of perceiving, of remembering, of existence. And now in the contemporary political landscape of Rio, the persistence of authoritarian and exclusionary forms of governance, I think it's reveals what we might call an epistemology of fascism, a system that controls not only bodies and territories, but also knowledge, memories. And this dimension maybe operates through the erasure of Afro-Brazilian stories, the silence of popular cultural practice, the privatization of urban spaces, once marked by collective presence, such as the region of Pequena Africa, and now by when we see these figures like Tia Siat and Mercedes, you can see how embodied music and dance resist this epistemological violence, but also offering alternative ways of knowing and imagining the city. But the authoritarian governments, they already exist. So it's like a negotiation all the time. And we are talking about resistance and also about how these forms persists along the time.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Renata. And I think that it's a question that we are doing, like also during the whole forum, like how we are going to resist and also negotiate, resist and negotiate. Also here in Germany now we have the AfD and all this idea that gender studies should be controlled. There are some universities that already have sent the names of teachers and students who are doing the colonial or gender studies and things like that. So the network should be like this, international and more than transnational and without borders. I don't know if you also want to share a little bit more about the Mexican case, Yvonne. You have your micro also turned on.
Yeah, no,
I
I was
just knew that there was a national strike, a strike in the UNAM or something like that. From
well, yes, it was a strike, but not. It's
it was not about
gender
gender.
linked. It's actually kind of it's a very complex thing that have been happened. But in 2019 we had a strike from feminist strike. Women in our faculty stopped took the faculty, and then we go to the pandemic, and then a little bit of changes came with, and this time it was about this group that it's liquid the incels, like the involuntary celibates. And we had an assassination of one of a young man killing another in one of the high schools, UNAM high schools. So, and that escalated a little bit with other political problems, and it's a very complex landscape. But I wanted to reflect also, I think that one other of the topics that we have, or perspective that we have been thinking on the forum was this idea of the entangled temporalities. And I think that the proposition of this forum is doing futures in precarious times, and how this present is projecting different futures than 2 years ago or 20 years ago or 5 years ago, when this escalation of the right or the conservative political agents have been reaching posts of powers and imposing this devolution of women's rights, women's representation in many of our countries in different ways, and not as dramatic as I don't know. I'm thinking always nowadays in the example of United States with Trump and the going backwards in abortion laws, or censorship on certain perspective on universities of the circulation of certain books, and how, I don't know, literary fictions as Handmaid's Tale or Atwood have been becoming more and more a cautionary tale, perhaps. And I think that the only thing that we can do, or how are we being able to keep constructing another kind of future in these precarious times, is by keep talking about it, keep reflecting on the gender, class, racist, race-biased topics, and how it's intersectional always perspective that is very important to move forward and keep talking about out loud. So I think that's a way of resistance for us. Independently, if we experience it in first level, like in everyday's language or everyday's opportunities to what to teach or not to teach, I think our realities in different countries and different universities are very different. But even though it's not as, I don't know, as danger or as imponent nowadays in my context, I think, and I worry a lot about in other contexts in Latin America, or even though in the United States, or what are you talking about right now of Germany, it's for me appalling and very worrisome, and very important to keep these spaces open in order to keep talking about these topics, because it's the only way we're pushing back against those politics of representation, mediation in public spaces.
Well, maybe I can bring a little bit more of a contribution. From where I stand, I see the very powerful idea of the spiral of time, because this concept gives us the tools to think about how the social issues, and then I will put in this package, racial problems, then gender problems, and classic and economy. I'm going to put all of this in this bag. But for the political minority, it's always been a problem of how we're gonna, and I have this, I'm also an activist, so I'm always saying we, I'm putting myself in the middle of this, people that are, making rallies. And how we're gonna express ourselves. And the idea of community is very important, because if on one hand we have an hegemonic system or a social actor that dictate what is possible, what is not. I'm talking about many instances of the state, like laws, hospitals, schools. I'm talking about this, what I call hegemonic system, but we can name with another names, I don't know. But how those people that are trying to be controlled and expelled at the same time of the system, how they form this lexical. It's about bringing personal stories, testimonies, and private, in private sphere, how these stories can be told and keep the track on time for the next generation to understand what was made centuries ago and pick up on that and fight again. Because we are talking about social phenomena and they change. We're talking about patriarch as a social phenomenon. It changes around time and space. Capitalism, same thing, changes, So there are always people fighting this idea of, hegemonic. And those people that are fighting, they lead some they leave some, like pebbles in the story of the kid's story of João and Maria. Pebbles to track the past. And that's why the idea of spiral of time is important for us, because we can connect the past and future and present to try to think about a new future, because the fascist regime, it's kind of always been there. Now it's rising again, but it's rising because we also society in this conflict, which we are calling here like culture, in this debate, negotiation, we could bring lots of rights and change lots of things, and now we have a backlash, and that's the way that it seems to go. When look at the past and present, we can understand, we can see this community that's trying to resist, everyone with its own issues like gender, race, and class, but we can understand that there is this fight. I'm not sure if it's for power in itself, because I think if the resistance take off the power, we're just gonna flip the coin to the other side and it'll be the same. But I think what I like this panel and the idea of the forum is that we can look at other realities and understand that there are lots of things going on, not only one narrative, but many. And those other narratives, they will help us to go forward. I don't know if I made any sense, but I was just thinking loud and with you
Thank
guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that we still have like 8 minutes. I don't know if there's a last question. I think that it was really like extremely necessary to listen to the three of you, at least in my case, and I think that for all the other people who are attending the space. Maybe just to close, I want to just be again saying thank you, because you have the courage and are brave to share this. And yeah, I think that these forms of resistance, and also from the images that Renata brings us today from Rio, Lieli, from the literature, and also the repertory, this way of understand the contra-hegemonic time across this life in a spiral, and mode of being a spiral, and Yvonne with this whole passion of being here during a lot of years and sharing today, how it's to being connected from the global south to Germany. It's really just transcending how we understand precarity, not in a linear way. And thank to the three of you, because you connected 3 and more than 3 geographies, not just Brazil with Mexico and now with Germany, but because you create this collaborative dialogue. And I think that that's everything that I can say now. I think that you are inviting us to live different also here in the academia, and maybe live in spiralet. I don't know, vivir en espiral. I think that the three of us are better also talking in Portuñol, Portugués y Español, but we did it today in English, and also thank you very much for the effort in the translation. And I think that that's everything that I can share. Thank you also to all the people who were with us today here. At one moment we have 24 attendants, now we have a little bit less, but thank you for being from different sides of the world together. And we have now to finish. I don't know if you want to closure with something else at the end, but that's all. Thank you very much.
Just to say thank you, and thank you for you three, our partners in the panel, and Valeria and all the team, the support team and all the organization. The program is very good, and thank you very much.
Yeah, technical support. I think that thank you very much. Tomorrow it's going to be the last day of Laura and the whole team there, that they are just like after 2 weeks, I don't know how they are still able to see and watch the screens. So thank you very much also to the technical support and for everybody who joined us today. And
Okay, I also want to say thank you guys for coming here, for making this lovely work. I don't know, I know it's a very tough work to do. So thank you very much. And thank you again, Yvonne and Renata, to, be with me. It's a pleasure to stay with you again.
yeah, and congratulations, Lieli. But thank you very much and see you soon here in Tübingen or in the different wards that we are.
Bye.
Right, thank you for this panel. We will be continuing at 4 with another panel in English entitled Testing Times. So if you want to stay, or if you're already in the participants room for this panel, the broadcast will be interrupted, but the webinar will stay open. And yeah, we have now a little break in our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Hello, I think you have to pause this.
Yes, hello. We're going to start the tests in a minute. When you talk, Miss Tripathi, there seem to be quite a lot of echo.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
mm, it
I
might
will I will
be
change and I'll join them.
okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Should we try as well? Hello, sorry.
Hello. Well, the sound quality is very good. Do
Okay.
you have a presentation you want to share? Maybe
Yeah.
try the screen sharing.
Just give me a minute, no?
Yes.
It's ready here. Okay. So, mhm. Yeah, that seems to be working, no?
Okay, perfect. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'll stop it now.
And let's move over to Ms. Gosain. I hope I don't butcher
Yeah,
your
yeah.
name. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Um,
Can you
okay.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you all right. Would you like to try sharing a screen with us as well?
Okay, just a second. Huh? Is it working?
Yes, it's working as well. Perfect.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
All right, who do we have? We have our moderation as well. Um,
Yep. Hi.
hello.
I'll be moderating the panel.
Yes,
Am I audible, visible?
yes, we can hear you and see you fine. Perfect.
Okay, okay. I think that's it.
Perfect. Then we have Mr. Rieder. Can you test as well?
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Let me give you a second. Mhm. How much can you see at the moment? No, you can't see anything.
No.
Okay, what time? And now?
Yes, now it's working.
Is it full screen actually? Because to me it looks a bit weird.
There is a kind of banner at the top of the screen.
I can try something differently. Give me a second, please. Sorry. I think I have some weird settings on. Okay. Sorry. My computer is a bit slow. Okay. How does it look now?
Yes, you've solved the problem. Now we don't have any banner. It's really full screen. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, so this one's good.
I guess I think it's better. It should be better now.
Yes, much better.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I will ask maybe Poonam or Kritika if you could share, like you have access to my slides, right? Would it be possible if you could share on my behalf and then I'll let you know when to change the slides, if that's okay?
I can do it. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. I have one more question for you, Ms. Tripathi. Again, sorry for the pronunciation. You appear on the program to be presenting with Ms. Offenberger.
Yes, yeah.
She is right now in the public, but I can't seem to get her in the panel. Do you have another way to... okay. I've solved my own problem.
Okay, now
Yeah.
she has switched, yeah.
She just joined. And let's see if everything works on her side, and then we'll have everyone, I guess. Hello. Could you switch on your microphone just for a minute to test?
Hello. Hi. Nice to see you all.
Perfect. Do you also have a presentation or will it be the same as, okay.
No, no, Ashwin is talking.
Okay, perfect. Well, we seem to have everyone. And we are still well in advance. You have been the most disciplined panel of the whole forum, so thank you very much for your punctuality. We'll still have to wait a bit before starting the panel, so yeah, get comfortable and I will give you the go. Thank you.
Thank you, tech support. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you've been doing for the past so many weeks. Um, I just quickly want to clarify, Mr. Rida, if you could let me know how to pronounce your name. I just don't want to pronounce your name wrong.
Thank you. Sure, no worries. Thanks for asking. So the first name is Quirin, and the
Kiran?
last name is Rida, exactly as you said it already.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Kiran Rida.
Perfect.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much. And so sorry, I just did not want to get your name wrong.
No, perfect. Thanks so much. Thanks to you.
All right, it is exactly 4 o'clock here in Tübingen. I think we can start.
All right. Hello. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're joining from. I'm here in India. And I'm Shoroja Chakraborty. I'm a doctoral candidate and a junior researcher at ICGSS here in Tübingen. And I have the pleasure of moderating today's panel. The panel, as we know, is titled Testing Times. The panel aims to explore time making in situations of growing precariousness and uncertainty, where we ask how these temporalities hold people and things together to create as well as resist change, stability, and fragility. The panel comprises of four empirical cases as well as, empirical cases where precariousness is explored through their research location in India and Pakistan, situations like recurring migration and life course position as in old age in fertile bodies to reimagine political and social transformation in diverse cultural contexts. Using the everyday experience of time and space, the papers, the presentations, discuss how individual actors make sense of their past, present, and future in the hope of sustaining life. In the panel, we have five panelists and we have four presentations today. We have Kritika Gosai, a PhD scholar at the University of Tübingen. We have Kirin Rida, a doctoral candidate at University of Vienna. We have Poonam Kamath, a doctoral candidate in University of Tübingen. And we have Ashwin Tripathi, a teacher at Tübingen Fellow, and Professor Dr. Ursula Offenberger, who is a junior professor at the Methods Center in Tübingen. We will have 15 minutes for each of the presentations, and we'll have the Q&A at the end of the presentation once everyone is done. So we start with Kritika Gosai. Kritika is working on a doctoral research project titled Uterus Removal as Transition, Forced Hysterectomies Among Sugarcane Workers in Maharashtra, which adopts a life course perspective to examine the intersection of labor, exploitation, gender-based violence, and health impacts. Her research looks at women sugarcane workers, mostly from marginalized sections in Maharashtra in Western India, who are subjected to forced hysterectomies to meet the exploitative demands of the labor market. By employing sociological frameworks such as intersectionalities, super exploitation, and the migration development regime, the research highlights how class, caste, and gender intersect to deepen the exploitation of these women. Today, her presentation is titled Temporal Inequalities in the Politics of Time Squeezing, the Case of Migrant Female Sugarcane Workers in Maharashtra. I'd like to hand it over to Kritika.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So I'll straight away get into the presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Yes, so good evening, everyone. My name is Kritika, and the title of my presentation today is Temporal Inequalities, as suggested. So, temporal inequalities and the politics of time squeezing. The case of migrant female sugarcane workers in Maharashtra. My presentation basically explores how time as both social and political construct shapes the labor and reproductive lives of migrant workers in India. So before we go deeper into the, sorry, is it something, wait. Yeah, before we go deeper into the, is something wrong with the,
Everything seems to be working fine. You can go on with your presentation.
Because I think I'm having issues looking at my, yeah, now it's fine. Sorry. So I'd like to give an introduction into what exactly is the phenomena. So India is one of the largest producers of sugar in the world, and the industry is highly dependent upon the migrant workers, migrant laborers who predominantly come from underrepresented or marginalized communities within India, who are also referred to as the SC and the ST communities. And as you can see in the picture, that the region, the state of Maharashtra within India is has one of the largest numbers of sugar industries, and within Maharashtra district called Bir, which population migrant population who deal with who are involved in harvesting sugarcane. Now, in the past few years, it was seen that out of every three female sugarcane workers, one of them had been exposed to removal of the uterus. Now, my study examines how these women's time, both bodily and labor, is managed and exploited. Moving on to what exactly is the problem, the contractors and the employers often view menstruation and pregnancy, which are very natural biological processes, as barriers to productivity. And as a result of this, so that women can work for longer hours, they end up resorting to getting surgeries such as hysterectomies done on their body. Now, this basically is reflexive of the fact that belief systems often turn the bodies into sites of temporal control, where the biological cycles of these women have been reorganized to align with the economic scope of the sugar industry. This leads us to the problem statement that how the reproductive and labor temporalities of the in context of these women are managed and compressed, where time in itself is acting as an instrument of discrimination and determining who can work for how long. Moving on to the theoretical foundations for my research, for this specific paper, my theoretical foundations are based upon life course theories, intersectionality, and feminist gerontology. Now, as we all know, life course theory helps in understanding how people's lives at different stages are impacted significantly because of the various social structures. Similarly, in the case of these women, their lives are completely disrupted. Their childhood, reproductive years, aging, do not follow the conventional sequence that one might expect. Now, this tells that age is not merely a number, but rather a social position, one that interacts with gender, caste, and class. An intersectional lens is also important to understand this phenomena because it helps in understanding how the social structures overlap and reinforce this extreme discrimination. The onset of early menopause in these workers should be understood not merely as a biological consequence of hysterectomy, but rather a socially produced aging. That too, which has been accelerated by the intersecting structures of oppression. So this is basically a slide which shows some of the statistics of reflecting reflecting the intensity of the phenomena. So according to a report of 2019, it showed that as approximately 82,000 women were interviewed, out of which 16% of these women had been exposed to removal of their uterus, and they belong largely to the sugarcane harvesting community. Moving on to the method. So initially, I started out with the situation analysis mapping, which helped me create my interview guide. I went on to the field twice, and the data collection was done in 2 phases. And in the second phase, I was also accompanied by my supervisor. The interviews were largely problem-centric, semi-structured interviews, and semi-structured interviews, and were conducted not just with the women but also with other key stakeholders such as contractors, people from non-governmental organization as well as government officials. So for this specific research work, directed qualitative content analysis has been taken up to identify how structures such as gender, age, caste, and labor identities intersect. Okay, moving on to the discussion. My analysis revealed 3 interlinked dimensions that were institutions, body, and space. Now, I realized that institutionally there are no fixed working hours for these women, and they are also often subjected to verbal abuse. And due to their economic cycle, they eventually become a part of the debt trap. In terms of the body, the women typically end up getting married between the early ages of 13 to 17 and give birth within first year of their marriage. This it was also seen that a lot of women continued working even in their later stages of pregnancy and often ended up giving birth on fields. This eventually later on in their life dire consequences when it comes to their health, and they would be subjected to reproductive issues such as uterine prolapse. In terms of spaces, these women are made to work in temporary settlements with low levels of sanitation and minimal health care. Now, these social spaces also reflect a constraint of their autonomy, wherein um, there is the community norms enforce structures of patriarchy. And it was also seen that maximum number of these surgeries were performed in private clinics without any surveillance. Now, all of these indicate disrupted temporalities, not just biologically, but also socially, as well as in terms of their labor. Okay, so this slide is basically a comparison between the life trajectory of an average woman in India and the life trajectory of a female sugarcane worker. It clearly shows the life trajectory in the sense that when does an average woman end up getting married, when is she supposed to have a pregnancy, and when does she enter menopause, which is completely different from that of a sugarcane worker in India who gets who's involved in early marriage, eventually early motherhood, losing out a considerable amount of childhood. And as a sugarcane worker, she experiences early menopause because of these hysterectomies, which also results in loss of her reproductive years. Now, let's look at some testimonies. So as you can see in the first testimony, that the early entry into both marriage and labor reflects how caste and gender norms dictate the life trajectory of these women. Now, in the second testimony, one of the social activists, he talks about how deep is stigmatization tied to caste. In the next testimony, the participant pointed out how she had already been exposed to 2 to 3 surgeries, including that of removal of her uterus, and she points out certain symptoms that she continues to feel, or which reflect that she has already entered early menopause, but she is not aware of it. So I would just like to conclude by saying that we can understand hysterectomy here as a technology of temporal control. It aligns women's body with economic demands of production, which eventually produces that I call as embodied temporal precarity, where survival depends upon sacrifice of health and reproductive autonomy. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kritika, for your very interesting presentation. And as I said before, we'll take the Q&A at the end. And we directly move on to our next presenter, Kirin Reda. Kirin Reda is a doctoral scholar at University of Vienna, and he is also a university assistant at the Institute for KSA since October 2021. His research interest includes the construction of the state and the relationship between infrastructure, the reproduction of social inequalities, and non-state political organization. In his earlier studies, he has focused on the socio-political aspects of infrastructure and energy transition, particularly in the context of energy cooperatives. His presentation today is titled Energy Time, Precarious Everydayness and the Predictable Seasonality of Electricity Load Shedding in Northern Pakistan. Kiri, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you for this very kind introduction. Can you see my screen properly?
Yes, it is visible.
Perfect. Thanks so much. And thanks also to the organizers and everyone, and also to you as a host and the participants. So what I'm presenting you today is one chapter of my PhD thesis, which is in the field of social and cultural anthropology, based on 9 months of ethnographic fieldwork in a small town in Aliabad, northern Pakistan, which is part of the Gilgit-Baltistan region that belongs to the Pakistani Kashmir region. Overall, my PhD thesis investigates the politics of access to electricity, and Aliabad, as in many other rural parts in Pakistan and elsewhere in the world, have been facing huge energy crisis for decades. So there, most households have access to grid energy for only a couple of hours per day, according to a fixed schedule called load shedding. And overall, my thesis looks at the political and economic influences of unequal access to electricity. But for today, I want to limit the thesis to 2 arguments that relate to precarious futures and time making. So I first want to argue that energy access is a form of making time unequally. And secondly, that references to temporalities that my interlocutors often made can function as a political critique. So I want to start with giving you a brief description of a kind of typical quote-unquote day in Aliabad during my fieldwork in 2023. So usually you would then wake up in your home without having electricity in the morning, and probably you might have noticed that last night your house and the whole neighborhood had electricity only between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. in the evening, and therefore you can guess that there will probably be no light the whole day and only just a few hours in the afternoon. Based on this, you can estimate that on the next day there will be no light during the whole day and instead for the whole night. And after 3 days, this schedule will start anew. So you kind of have an implicit knowledge about the availability of electricity, and you'll plan to do most of your household work and activities that require energy within this time frame, be it using a washing machine, ironing clothes, charging electric devices, studying, or watching TV. It was not only the households, but also Aliabad's bazaar or the economic areas that had this kind of uncertain or kind of limited access to electricity. Here I want to give you a brief ethnographic example of one of my key interlocutors that I call Jamal. Jamal has been working together with his father at their carpenter workshop, and he usually began his workday around 9 a.m. when the bazaar received electricity, and he worked at least until 3 or 4 p.m. when electricity drops out again. If there's urgent work, he once told me during a visit to his workshop, then they have to switch on their diesel generator. On that day, there were actually a few customers waiting for their wood, so he led me to a wooden shack right next to the workshop where he had installed a big diesel generator that you can see here on the picture. We both had to cough as he kick-started the generator, and a lot of fume and noise filled the small room. The lights went on, and his father started working on the heavy machinery. Jamal told me that now oftentimes they have to start the generator despite having grid access, because the machines don't work properly since the voltage oftentimes drops below the usual amount. So Jamal said, with a nod to the fumes coming from the shack before, he also joined his father. They have to live with the pollution of the generator and also pay for the diesel. This situation was not unique in Aliabad, since most craft business, such as tailors or locksmiths, were also dependent on grid electricity for their work, and that pressed them to use the sparse hour of grid supply as efficiently as possible. For example, a tailor whose shop I passed every day would often invite me for tea and a chat in the off-grid hours, but in the on-grid hours he was rather silent and greeted me only with a quick nod when I passed by. This time structuring power of electricity is also visible in the household level, where it impacts social reproduction as well as sociality. And here I want to give you a second example. My participant observation is here mostly based on interaction with men in Aliabad, I have to disclose. So it's Suhail, who was hosting me at his guest house when I stayed there in the winter of 2022. It was nearly every second night that a few of his male friends arrived in the evening. Suhail was in his late 20s and unmarried at that time, and he would often call me in the evenings to join them in the kitchen. There they would play the board games that you can see here there on the picture, card games. We will prepare dinner, drink alcohol, and sometimes we just sit there together, everyone on his phone. So Hill's guest house was a good space for such gatherings for a few reasons. They could meet there easily without interference, and the guest house had a very strong UPS battery storage that kind of saved electricity in the on-grid hours and that you can then use in the off-grid hours. And literally linked to this, it also had a fast fiber-powered Wi-Fi. So Hell and his friends would usually first and foremost start charging their phones, as did I. And in most nights, however, after a couple of hours, the battery was suddenly exhausted and we sat in the darkness. Once this happened, everyone would course the power supply, and within minutes, we all went home and I went to my room too. So without light, it seemed no one was really interested in sitting together, despite the fact that we had a few electric torches just next to us. So I would argue that it was mainly the battery energy that facilitated sociality in Suhail's kitchen. What I want to tell you of these two examples is the time as kind of a social cultural product is made, and from a practice theory perspective, you could argue the time is made mainly through electricity, or at least to a large extent. Here I follow Laura Baer's call, who's, as an anthropologist, argued that we should also take the non-human entities seriously and the temporal role that they play. And I want to argue that actually energy makes time. As we have seen in Jamal's case, time structures work time, and as we have seen in Sohail's game night, it also structures social reproduction and sociality. Actually, if we look closely at the picture that I have here on Jamal's workshop, we can see that he's not just using the generator to power the machines, but also to recharge a battery that you can see here on the second picture that he then used in the off-grid hours for light machinery and not the heavy ones. So based on this, I want to argue that electricity in Hunza was not just a unitary resource, but rather existed as a multiplicity of energy forms. If you want to label these energy forms, you could first and foremost draw on wood as a basic fuel that is used in traditional ovens, as well as oil and gas stoves. Electricity grid access itself came in various layers depending on the voltage that you receive that fluctuates a lot. There's the so-called UPS batteries that I mentioned earlier. And in recent years, there have also been more and more solar panels, which of course were not that affordable for everyone. So I want to argue that not just energy makes time and the unavailability of energy structures one's everyday life, but also that it has conditioned a multiplicity of energy to emerge. So my interlocutors drew on a variety of energy sources in attempts to regain agency over time. But however, this was strongly structured by social inequalities, but pushes us as social scientists to think about electricity or energy beyond a binary on and off grid. Based on this, sorry if I'm too quick, I now want to jump to the second part of the presentation, which deals with energy seasons as a form of critique. Here I follow Mukulika Banerjee's call to study temporal cycles as key instances that make change as well as durability perceptive, and offer also the perspective to critique reoccurring events as well as non-changing events. And I also want to quickly give you two brief ethnographic examples. So a few months into my fieldwork in Aliabad, I came to know that some years earlier, there had been plans for a rather big hydropower project right in the middle of the small town. However, this never materialized. I wanted to find out more about this when I visited one of the typical chai or tea shops that I usually spend most of the afternoons in during my fieldwork. I arrived there and found two of my friends and long-term research interlocutors called Dado and Seguin already sitting on wooden benches. They were both in their 60s and regular guests at the chai shop. After some small talk, I tried to bring up the topic of the planned hydropower plant, and Seguin only nodded but kind of looked annoyed when he said that it was a big drama, using the English word, because he said that the plan originally came from the regional state authority for energy generation, but it would have been way too expensive, maybe in the rupees, billion rupees, he said, so it didn't work out. Then, crucially, he also added that the project's plan became public in 2015, so just in the same year when the regional elections were taking place. I asked again what the problem was with the project, and all of a sudden Dado interrupted us and said that the main problem from the start was that there was simply no money. Earlier, the same day, I also asked Suhail about this project, and like many other people, he told me that it was all about the votes, a quote. So he mentioned again the upcoming elections. He then added that the whole project was a joke, and everyone, basically the engineers and the politicians that promised it, made a fool out of us. This is, related to a second way of evoking temporality as a form of critique in reference to corruption. So a few months later, there has been suddenly a week where there has nearly no electricity for the whole 7 days. When I visited the chai shop that I mentioned earlier, again, I was wondering aloud what the reason for this is. And one guest said that there was a big problem at the main hydropower plant in Hassanabad. He told me that the plant is damaged, and nowadays the engineers are fixing it. And then he waited for a second before adding, and you know, it's June right now. The others kind of chuckled, and I didn't fully understand what he was hinting at and asked again. He didn't really respond to that, but Seguin just said, you know, it's always like this in June. On Facebook, a few people were commenting on the profiles and pictures of local politicians and actually making comments about the regularities of these events as well. Someone wrote, Uncle, what is about the money in June? Why is the machine always damaged in June? Why not in any other month? A few days later, I talked to Suhail again about this, and he made clear that it was no coincidence that always in June an urgent problem emerges at the power plant. Because in June, he said, the annual fund for repair and maintenance got released that the government issues annually. And strangely enough, exactly then there are problems, and the engineers at the Sanabad plant can claim the money for the repairs. But, Suhail added, not without taking a huge cut of the budget for their own pockets. Here, I want to interpret my interlocutor's identification of these seasonal reoccurrings as a way of explaining energy pattern and thereby formulating a critique through using time. I come to the conclusion now by saying what I mentioned in the first part, that actually time is made through energy, and people can reclaim agency over time by using on an however unevenly structured multiplicity of electricity. And secondly, as I just highlighted, that time can also function as a reference point to make a political critique. So to sum up, by drawing on a multiplicity of energies, my research interlocutors in Aliabad not only reclaimed energy over time, but also understood seasonal reoccurrings through an active critique of time and kind of marked out their own position in a political economic landscape. And even though they cannot easily change the position, they still use time to criticize the current state of things. And here I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. We move on to our next presenter, Poonam Kamat. Poonam is a PhD, again a doctoral candidate and a research assistant at the Department of Social and Cultural Anthropology at the University of Tübingen. She studied medical anthropology at the University of Heidelberg. Right now, she's also working as a research associate in 2 projects since 2017. She's working on a project that is financed by DFG called Wunschkinder, Differences in the Meaning of the Term for German and Indian Women. And she's also working on another project named Home Away from Home, Cultural Capital of the Indian Diaspora in Germany. And the latter is a collaborative project between the universities of Bonn and Heidelberg, as well as the Indian Embassy Consulate. Today, her presentation is titled Testing Times, testing bodies, exploring the historical unreproductive gynecological body through the lens of temporal biologies and reproductive precariousness. Poonam, I hand it over to you.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much for the kind introduction, and it's a pleasure being here. So just let me share my screen. Yeah, is it visible? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
So yeah, thank you. So my presentation today is titled Testing Times, Testing Bodies, Exploring the Historical Unreproductive Gynecological Body through the lens of temporal biologies and reproductive precariousness. So, in the 20th century, human reproduction moved dynamically along with changing social structures and the momentous events of the century, from eugenics to assisted reproductive technologies. This movement was not one of linear progression, nor was it uncontested or smooth. Rather, it was filled with breaks, frictions, and is historically contingent as sites of contestations. Human reproduction began to be seen as a site of control, especially in relation to its unpredictability and risk. A major aspect of this was control of biological time, which came to be medicalized, as will be seen in this presentation. I will delve into the shifting temporalities of reproduction situated in the historically contingent precarious reproductive body, taking Germany as an example. Beginning with the Weimar era to the Nazi era and ending with the post-war period of West Germany until 1965. The timeline is such due to the unavailability of medical records after this time period. So this presentation introduces the concepts of reproductive precariousness and temporal biologies to analyze how anxieties about reproduction are produced and circulated, affecting both personal and state-driven reproductive goals. Precariousness, precarity, and precarious are terms widely used since the 2000s in sociology, anthropology, cultural studies, and economics to describe economic and structural inequalities, especially due to the decline of stable jobs and the rise of uncertain precarious employment. These terms have grown complex and ambiguous, reflecting their evolving academic resonance. For this discussion, however, I focus on theorizing precariousness, drawing on Isabelle Lorai's work. She argues that precariousness is a relational and universal condition rooted in social interdependence and shared vulnerability, but governed and instrumentalized within power systems. However, existing literature rarely examines human reproduction, especially infertility, through this lens. My aim is to address this research gap by exploring reproductive precariousness evident in experiences of infertility and unexpected reproductive challenges. I limit this concept today to discussing it in the context of the women who came to the University Women's Clinic at Tübingen for fertility issues in the last century. In their quest for parenthood, biologies are made temporal through the material bodies for these women. By the plural biologies, I mean the historically and culturally specific ways that living bodies are understood, represented, and made meaningful. It is then given a temporal characteristic in the clinic through biomedical ways of knowing and understanding of the female body. Drawing on gynecological data from the University of Tübingen's historical medical archives, this paper demonstrates how reproductive precariousness is constructed and understood through medical practices and discourses. In the Weimar era, infertility and time was linked through the chronological age of the woman. Infertility was diagnosed and treated through the lens of fertility within the confines of marriage, and reproductive precariousness was seen as a part of life's challenges. Medical response to it was underlined by looking for the disease within the organ rather than the individual. The control over fertility was still not part of the clinic's response to infertility, and here it was more to do with treatment rather than prevention of infertility. During the Nazi era, however, there was a marked shift in the ways reproductive bodies were understood and governed. Reproduction became closely intertwined with the interests of the German nation, moving beyond the realm of private life to become a significant matter of state policy. This transformation meant that state-sanctioned medical control over reproductive bodies emerged as a central priority within clinical settings and has had disastrous consequences. In this period, female reproductive bodies were increasingly essentialized, with their value and identity being reduced predominantly to their capacity for bearing children. This reductionist approach was not limited to adult women, but began to be systematically applied to females of all ages. The medical records from the era, such as the case of young Louise Breitmeyer, provide clear evidence of how even babies could be subjected to this form of biopolitical scrutiny and intervention. On February 13, 1935, 20-month-old Louise Breitmeyer, the daughter of Mr. Heinrich Breitmeyer, a mechanic from a village near Maulbronn, was brought to the clinic for investigation on the recommendation of their physician. Little Louise suffered from epilepsy and was admitted to the clinic to be screened for her reproductive capability and future potential for sterilization under the Nazi laws at the time. The findings reported in the letter from an attending doctor at the clinic to the recommending physician was, and I quote, "With the bright-eyed child, I also find vaginal atresia. The small opening under the clitoris is the urethra. The perineum attached to the back is normal. I did not examine the somewhat frightened child's rectum, so I cannot say anything about the internal genital findings. However, in the end, if the uterus is missing or very poorly developed, then there would already be infertility from the outset, so that later surgical sterilization due to epilepsy would not be necessary. Meanwhile, we simply must wait and see how these things develop." Quotations close. So the translation from German into English is mine. Now, in this period, by the age of 20 months, the reproductive future of a female infant is reduced to her ability to bear children, highlighting how womanhood was essentialized in the Nazi period, and how her illness of epilepsy becomes enmeshed with state policy, making her biology already futuristically temporal. In 1935, doctors speculated Louise's fertility as a matter of natural uncertainty or of reproductive precariousness, recognizing both the anxiety and unpredictability in reproduction. The child was seen as a potential future mother whose illness could threaten the national body. Anticipating her limited development or possible sterilization, doctors aimed to prevent an unwanted future for the nation, a term reflecting societal judgments about which lives are valued. Whether through medical intervention or biology, Louise's reproductive agency was constrained by the prevailing state and medical ideologies, making any future desire for children unacceptable in Nazi Germany. In such a state, Louise's epilepsy is appropriated by the state to make her reproductively precarious, not only for herself, but also for the nation. The state's interests in shaping and regulating the reproductive future of the nation thus extended to all female bodies, reflecting a broader biopolitical project of population control and national health as defined by the prevailing political ideology of the time. Now, moving on to the Second World War and post-war era, I focus on basal body temperature measurement, or colloquially termed as temping, to illustrate how uncertainty regarding reproductive biology translates into visual temporal mapping for control over fertility. On 19th September of 1943, while World War II was still raging on, the Reich Health leader Leonardo Conti issued a secret directive for army doctors titled "Leave of Absence of Husbands, Conception's Optimum," that ordered them to ensure that married childless soldiers' home leaves were in sync with their wives' ovulation period. A demonstration of widespread popularity of the calendar method, also called as the rhythm method or the Knaus-Ogino method, Packheiser and the Demographer Bureau further attribute this directive motives to Nazi population policy of increasing German birth rates. Now discovered independently in the 1920s by Hermann Knaus in Austria and by Kusako Ogino in Japan, this method of timing intercourse with fertile days of the woman's menstrual cycle to increase chances of conception became one of the first widely used calendar methods for fertility planning. This approach formed the basis of the conception's optimum referenced in the 1942 directive. This became a standard for women seeking fertility treatment at the clinic as well. Patients tracked their temperature daily for months to identify biphasic cycles, which indicated ovulation and increased chances of pregnancy. A biphasic chart displayed two phases, as can be seen in the chart on the screen, the green arrow marking ovulation. Lower temperatures before ovulation and higher after an ovulation has taken place, while a monophasic chart suggested likely no ovulation had taken place and therefore the need for further treatment. This method was the most reliable way to estimate ovulation at the time. Basal body temperature tracking made ovulation and other biological processes measurable and visible to doctors and patients. Since the 19th century, recording instruments had increased medical accuracy by complementing traditional diagnostics. Basal body temping uniquely enabled patients, particularly women, to monitor their bodies and manage fertility within the rhythm method, a practice widely accepted by the Catholic Church and one that regulated both measurement and sexual activity to control reproduction. The doctors at the university clinic seem to have spent a lot of time in explaining this method carefully to their patients. It was only through careful discipline of the women that the exact day of ovulation could be determined, and basal body temperature measurement can thus be seen as a joint effort, a co-production of medical knowledge between the patient and the doctor to reach the end goal of treatment, that is a desired child. Frau Anneliese Schmidt was diagnosed with primary sterility when she arrived at the clinic on 20th of May, 1955. Now, after a miscarriage in the third month of pregnancy, she had not been able to conceive again. even though she had been temping for the past 2 months. The doctor had therefore provided her with a thick card on which were detailed explanations on how to perform basal body temperature measurements. I've reproduced the translated version here. And I quote, recording the morning temperature provides the physician with important information about rhythmic flow of biological processes and for detecting any disturbances. Therefore, please record your temperature measurements regularly and conscientiously every day in the upper part of the lined field. Measure your temperature every morning before getting up on an empty stomach, preferably at the same time. Always use the same thermometer, place it under your tongue, and leave it in your mouth for 5 minutes. Quotations closed. Attached to this was a calendar for the patient to each month to jot down their temperatures. Now, as can be gleaned from the instructions, the measurements became medically ritualized in their repetition, formalization, and collective temperature measurement across months or sometimes even years. Knowledge production about the individual body through a unified effort of the doctor and the patient was dependent primarily on the women following a strict routine, as mentioned here, and religiously noting exact temperatures. This can also be seen as a form of biopower over fertility. The menstrual cycle began being depicted linearly. Circular time was visualized linearly, and biology was made temporal. The routinization of tracking basal body temperatures for the sake of reproduction is a part of rationalization and control of reproduction and mirrors the increasingly capitalist structures of post-World War II society, namely to make reproduction efficient and controlled. Medical measuring of a biological process began as a way to gain control over the black box female body and reproduction. Temperature tracking was used both short-term to identify issues like no ovulation and long-term to monitor infertility, as shown by patients such as the 29-year-old Ilse Brown, whose 1965 visit was just one of many over the years. Frau Braun had a history of urogenital tuberculosis and persistent infertility. She had monitored her temperature since 1961, noting a monophasic curve before a mud bath treatment and a biphasic curve afterwards, but she still had not conceived. Her data allowed her to negotiate further treatments with doctors, giving hope despite ongoing challenges. And this also allowed the women to negotiate further treatments with doctors in many cases. Temperature tracking offered women a direct way to understand their reproductive health, unlike physician-led diagnostics. Medical temporalities thus hold within them the tension of chronological aging, biological aging, and daily time. In conclusion, I've hoped to demonstrate the socio-political and biological construction of reproduction. Reproductive precariousness is explored as a phenomenon shaped by social, political, and biological forces, highlighting that reproduction is not solely an individual concern, but a broader societal enterprise. Ultimately, temporal biologies reveal how medical and societal forces converge to render the reproductive body as a site of ongoing negotiation, where biological processes are both temporally situated and socially constructed. Together, these concepts provide insight into the multiple timelines and varied precarities that characterize the historical, medical, and socio-political dimensions of human reproduction, helping us understand reproductive precariousness as a product of its time and speculate about future reproductive possibilities. So thank you, and here are my references.
Thank you so much, Poonam. So we move to the next and the last presentation for this panel. It is a joint presentation. We have two presenters. We have Ashwin Tripathi, a T-Chat Tübingen Fellow from the University of Tübingen, and we have Professor Dr. Ursula Offenberger from the Method Center at the University of Tübingen. So Dr. Ursula Offenberger is a junior professor at the Methodology Center at the Faculty of Economics and Social Sciences at Tübingen, where she leads the research group on qualitative methods and interpretive social research. Her research focuses on gender relations, examining how they are stabilized and how they change. Theoretically, her work draws on sociology of knowledge, organization studies, science and technology studies, as well as pragmatist interactional approaches. Ashwin Tripathi has joined the Methodology Center in the Faculty of Economics and Social Science, where she will explore research approaches in transitions research with special focus on aging studies. She has completed her PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, and her work lies at the intersection of aging, leisure, and time use studies, where she has previously explored how older Indians understand and experience leisure or free time in their post retirement lives. Today, their presentation is titled Doing Age Through Times Community Building Among Older Indian Immigrants in Germany. Ashwin and Professor Ursula, you can
Thank you.
start.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Soraja, for the introduction. Poonam, could I please request you to share the slides? Yeah. So I'll keep telling when to move, and then accordingly, I think we can do that. Building on the earlier presentations about time and temporality, Professor Ursula and I will be talking about how older Indian immigrants in Germany make sense of time, as well as how they experience time through community building and community making. Our discussion is based on my ongoing fieldwork, and for today's talk, I'll be focusing how these the immigrant communities they actively build their social worlds, and how that helps us to understand different ways time is experienced, in particular multiple temporalities, how they exist in their everyday lives through community building. As we move on to the next slide, so this discussion builds upon the idea that there has been a steady increase in the immigrant population, as shown in the graph. So you see that from 1950 to 2014, the graph talks about the immigration levels in Germany that has risen consistently. Overall, although their overall trend reflects a broadened pattern of global mobility, expanding economic opportunities, and shifting political context that has made Germany an increasingly attractive destination for migrants. For this presentation, I'll particularly focus on the history of Indian immigration or Indian migration to Germany. And we can trace three broad waves in which this migration happened in Germany. So the first significant wave of Indians that came to Germany was around 50s and 60s, 1950s and 60s, when post-war West Germany recruited skilled professionals and students from newly independent India. Many of them settled permanently, either marrying locally or later bringing their families to join them. While the second wave emerged around the 1970s and 80s, where there was political turbulence in India, especially during the time of emergency, this led to seek refuge and stability abroad. While the most recent one is the third wave and more diverse wave of migration from India to Germany, which was around early 2000, that was driven by globalization, the expansion of the IT sector, and increasing student mobility. So across these three waves, we see a gradual deepening of Indian involvement in Germany's social and institutional life as well. So from participation in organizations such as Caritas, which is a church-affiliated group, to creation of regional association, temples, and gurudwaras across Germany. And these are spaces that have not only supported newer migrants, but have also become important centers for maintaining cultural continuity and fostering a sense of diasporic belongingness. So within this larger mosaic of different waves of Indian migration to Germany, I'll briefly discuss the trajectory of one of my informants, Mr. Sharma, who will be the focus of today's discussion, who occupies a unique position. So they are part of the first generation to grow old abroad, bridging multiple migration histories and social world. So the idea here is, or the emphasis here is, to think more deeply about the cultures of migration, the social norms, the aspirations and imaginaries that shape people of why and how they want to move. Rather than viewing migration purely as an economic or demographic phenomena, it is crucial to consider the lived experiences, the transnational connections, and the emotional landscapes that sustains migration practices across generations. So the data, therefore, is not just about the movement of people as shown in the graph, but also the formation of identities, communities, and cultural continuities that travel with them. This helps me argue that migration, after all, is not all about arrival or settlement, but also about this ongoing and continuous process of finding belongingness and purpose, often in spaces beyond formal employment or state recognition. In the next slide, I'll start discussing about one of the informants. So I met Mr. Sharma in one of these informal markets that happened in Stuttgart, as you see in the photos. he is a 60-year-old gentleman from North India, Punjab, who migrated to Germany in 1976, and he followed his elder brothers who were already here. So on the day I met, he had set up one of these stalls that you see in the photo as an informal market that are put together during summers, which he called as Mela. Mela is an Indian word that can be translated to exhibition of sorts in English. And he had put up a jewelry stall with his friends from France that goes around different cities in Baden-Württemberg, setting up this jewelry stall. So the jewelry was brought to Germany and is continuously brought to Germany from one particular state in India, which is Rajasthan. And initially, he would travel twice a year to get those purchases. However, with the ease in visa rules in recent times, the distributor himself is now allowed to travel to Germany to deliver all the jewelry. So the side hustle started around 1981 when he started. So he came in 1976, and then eventually he felt more settled in the German society. This was a result, the side hustle of jewelry business was formed as a result, as he was settling into these new and developing new friendship, as he got comfortable with the language and he engaged with more German friends, he felt more settled in the place. In 76, he started as a low-skilled worker in one of the chemical factories in Stuttgart, and then continued to get a degree from the university. He retired from his service at the age of 65, but he continued to work on his side business, which included not just jewelry, but also gastronomy. He believes in living life in his own terms, and he believed that whatever time is left after his hobbies, which he would actively go for swimming classes and cycling, he would contribute his time to social work. So he was also active member of Caritas, which is a social service wing of the church, as I told previously. And he would support other older individuals who would not be able to sustain themselves alone. And he discusses that, he also discusses about these different waves of migration and the varied professions that have come to Germany, but he marks himself very differently. He says that I'm very adaptable and therefore I feel very comfortable in Germany. He believes that he has integrated well into the German society, both in terms of language, food, as well as building friendship. So and he also says that, he has in his early life, mid-life, I would say, when he came, he would make quick decisions. So he believed in living fastly and quickly. These were the words that he used. And in fact, he said that he was one of the first Indians in Germany to get a motorcycle license. And he would say that people were telling him, why are you spending so much money on buying yourself bikes? Well, while you can send remittance back home. And he justifies that, I did whatever I felt comfortable in. On the other side, he also talked about different organizations that were cropping up over the course of his journey in Germany. And he talked about this one particular organization called Bharat Majlis, a place where people from South Asia and particularly India would come together to discuss, meet, and support one another. Similar groups were also seen in the UK, like Cambridge Majlis, that served a similar purpose. However, as Mr. Sharma suggested, that Bharat Majlis only catered to Hindus. So he informed me that these differences in religion, caste, and other social demographic features have also traveled here as well. That has resulted into different religious organization, temples, and gurudwaras in Stuttgart, but also beyond Stuttgart as well. As a staunch non-believer, he initially started participating in these organizations, but then he did not. Eventually, he took a distance from these organizations. But then, outside the purview of religion, he would engage in different social activities. He also informed me about another organization called the DIG, which is the German Indian Society, which has been here since 1953 and has been crucial in fostering this exchange between India and Germany. And this organization has around 24 branches across Germany that focuses on sharing Indian culture, politics, and economics, not just with the Indians here, but also with the Germans, and informing them about the Indian culture, the rituals, and the society. However, he also pointed out that it involved more bureaucratic individuals. So a lot of people from both Indian and German embassy would be involved in DIG, which is the Indian German Society. Initially, he was active in these groups that emerged for cultural exchanges between the two countries, but eventually separated himself from all these organizations. He recently retired a few years back, and he also explained that what retirement is for him, he felt that he never wanted to work after retirement, but continues actively in building his own business of jewelry and gastronomy. And he finds these engaging activities that he would tell about his experience of migration here. So this brief story is to show that how aging, migration, and imagination, so the idea of how the future should look like, intersect in the lives of these older Indian immigrants. And to make sense of these experiences of later life as an immigrant, I borrow from this growing field of anthropology of the future that explores how humans imagine, shape, and inhabit possible futures. So this idea of living in anticipation and how old age as an immigrant should look like. And this is crucial as an immigrant, older adults, and how they try to make sense of their time in retirement in their later life. So for this to understand this intersection of aging, migration, and imagination, I borrow in the next slide, I talk about the conceptual framework, and I specifically use Arjun Appadurai's conceptual framework. We can move on to the next slide. So I use this idea of the future as a cultural fact, and Arjun Appadurai talks about that, the capacity to imagine and aspire toward the future is not universal but cultural and socially shaped, and it's deeply linked to power, inequality, and globalization. Using this framework, I look at how these immigrants actively construct their social worlds through community building across their lifetime. So my interlocutor here, Mr. Sharma, talks about that how he moved here for a better life and continues to use their imagination as a collective, organized, and a social force, not something that they would think inside their mind, but also operationalize it with their people, with the social network that they are building through constantly thinking of how to build the community and give back to the community. In these communities, we also see common dreams for the subsequent generations to come. So it is not just improving their life and the lives of the near and the dear ones, but for the subsequent generations that are yet to come and move around. So these shared aspiration, they can mobilize social change in a way that they motivate people to plan, act, and innovate together. Similarly, he also talked about how navigating language and integration and maintaining that family bonds back home was not just acts of survival, but as a way of an aspirational practice in which individuals and families negotiate their space and place in uncertain and globalizing world. Moreover, with this constant as well as active continued participation, which was not the case with only Mr. Sharma's life, but other informants that I talked to throughout their life course, they said that there is this continuous act of generosity and care and creativity, not just for themselves, but also with the people and the broader Indian immigrant community that they would engage with. And overall, I would end by saying, in the next slide, I conclude that why I'm using this framework and what it allows me to talk about. So one slide back, please. So I would conclude that by using this framework, this developing idea of anthropology of the future, it helps me to see how community happens among immigrant population. I overall argue that through these smaller actions of active engagement in these different organizations, how they are collectively trying to make time for themselves. So through their involvement in different networks, building communities, and imagining a life outside their home country, where time is itself is socially and culturally produced, especially in the lives of aging migrants. So the idea of time is not universal. Rather than seeing time as a neutral or universal flow, anthropology of the future shows that how it is co-created through everyday practices, social practices, and these shared practices, they weave different temporalities. For example, the idea of memories from the past, the demands of the present, but also the hopes for the future in a collective sense of belonging. From this perspective, time becomes a cultural achievement. It is continually made and remade through acts of imagination, care, and social connection. Aging migrants, for instance, often reconstruct their sense of time and identity as they navigate different places, different generations, and expectations. These temporal words are dynamic in nature, showing these shifts and continuities that they experience in their everyday lives. And overall, through this, I also want to contribute to aging studies, where I say that, the lens of time and migration experiences allows us to see aging as a form of temporal creativity itself. So older migrants, they don't just live in the given timelines. Their imagination allows them to envision a future that extend beyond the individual lifespan through family, community, and intergenerational ties. And in this sense, aging becomes a very creative and an ethical process that is maintained through practices, which is grounded in a collective work of making word across time, but also trying to make sense of the whole society together. I'll conclude here, and in the next slide, I would just like to thank and yeah, I look forward for the questions.
Thank you so much for the panel, for the very interesting presentations, very rich ethnographically informed presentations. We have about half an hour to take questions, so you can drop your questions at on the Q&A section. Before we go, and I'll let you formulate your questions and drop them. But before we go to the questions from the participants, from the attendees, I have a lot of questions. So I'll completely misuse my power as a moderator to start questioning the panel. But what I will do is I'll go one by one, so that in the meantime, if we have any Q&A questions, we can go to the Q&A questions, and then I think we'll have a good time with answering everything. My first question is for Ashwin and Professor Arsala. I was thinking, because you mentioned it's a very wonderful work to look at migration from the idea of multiple temporalities. It's very interesting, and I was just thinking how time, and by time I mean regular clock time, from the home country works when a person migrates to a new country. Because you mentioned that Mr. Sharma said that when he first came to Germany, he was working very fast, he was very quick. And I'm thinking if it comes from the culture of how we work in time back in India, because we as a country cannot afford leisure much. I feel like when I first moved to Germany a couple of years back, I felt the same way. Oh, why does everyone have so much time? How are people hanging out at the cafes in the middle of the day? Do you think? And then he goes on to say how now that he has come to get more a culture. I don't know if that's a word. To German in Germany, now he has started living life more slowly, in a more like slow pace, which probably also comes because I guess he's now retired from his service. But I'm thinking if the culture of time and using time and working through time back in India plays a role in Germany, and then as and when people get used to living in the culture, the time sort of gets to them.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, an important question as well, because so there are two ways to look at it. One, I could also say that there could be cultural differences in understanding time itself, and therefore he made this remark that I was very quick. But I think keeping in mind in what terms he was saying, so he was saying in terms of buying himself a house or other commodities that he was spending on, and his network or the people around him would say that, why are you spending so much when you can send more money back home? Because he was also supporting his family back home then at that time. But then he's also a very interesting case that way, because he moves beyond that cultural set or the cultural notions of time that we hold in India, that we need to be more productive. Even in our leisure, we would want to be more productive as possible. But maybe I would interview him again and ask if that similarity comes from the Indian mindset. But in this case, he was saying it in terms of that, buying and also fulfilling what he wanted to do here. So in that terms, I think it's difficult to put him into box where a difference between a collective idea of time and a more individualistic idea of time. But yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to say. I don't know if Ursula wants to add something here, but something that definitely needs to be unpacked more, I would say.
And well, I fully agree, and it's a very interesting question to ask for the subjective experience of time, which is of course always socially structured. But I think that the clue of the perspective that Ashwin fleshed out was really to conceive of aging, of older age, from a different perspective. And I would say it is a perspective that leads me to the question, how is it then different? How is what you described, like imagining the future and practice of time, through that, how is it different from what other like generations or ages would do? I think that could be very interesting to go on and ask what is specific about aging and doing time in that way that you described. And Surata, what you said is very interesting to me. I smiled because like I would perceive it the other way around. When I was in India last year for the first time, I was amazed at how people always had time to go for a coffee. And it's not always the case here.
Yeah, maybe because I jumped from a very, very metropolitan, very fast-paced city like Calcutta to a very slow and very nice Tübingen, a very nice bubble that is Tübingen. I'm sure, like, I've been to Berlin, people don't have time, they walk very fast. Um, thank you so much for your reply, Professor Ursula and Ashwin. And Poonam, thank you for your very interesting presentation, and your very in-depth work with the medical records. And I was just thinking about how when we think of time as it is thought in the Western context, time is always considered to be linear. It's chronological. It goes on from one time to another. I'll just check if there are questions. Okay, no. And I was thinking how, and I'm just thinking out aloud, how the future defines the present for the women. The future ability to be a mother is what starts defining the present that they were in. I mean, for us it's past, but for them, the lived present. Um, maybe it would be a very good example to talk about how in social sciences, when we think of decolonial studies, we always tend to say that in the West, since Enlightenment, we have the West has thought of time as something that is linear, and in the West, in the non-West context, time can be thought of as a cycle or depending on the context. But this, I think, for the women in Germany at that time, for them, time was not linear. The future sort of defined what their present is, right?
Right, Sarvaja, thank you. I mean, that's actually a very insightful question, and that's something that I was also grappling with when I was writing this. So yeah, I mean, at least in the context of reproduction, right, within these women, and again, I have to make the distinction between infertile women who were coming to the, because they sort of also identified themselves as such. Have to make the distinction in the German clinic, at least the records that I went through. I have to make the distinction between women who were coming on their own accord, so they were coming voluntarily, and women who were being forced to come to the clinic. So there were two kinds of women who were coming to the clinic, right? So I will currently, at least, let's for the context, let's stick to women who voluntarily presented themselves to the clinic. In this context, for them, yes, time would implode perhaps, because you have this very futuristic idea of becoming a mother. That's not happening in the present lived time, but it also goes back to their past, because there were I mean, especially in cases where there was gonorrhea involved, or where there were sexually transmitted diseases that either usually came from the husband in these periods, these time periods. then the past would also play a very, very important role in their, let's say, reproductive journey, no? Within the reproductive timeline. So in this case, I mean, certainly it is linear, but it is also comes together within this present lived time. But very interestingly, it becomes, I mean, when you look at the menstrual cycle, it also then within the Western context becomes seen very linearly as well. So there is no concept of circular time within, at least within the clinic, right? It could change, and it does change now because you have these newer techniques like cryopreservation and so then time does change from becoming linear to sort of becoming a little bit circular. But within the context of Western Germany after World War, it did play a little bit of a role. That time was not perhaps linear for these women. So, but yes, I mean, it would be very difficult to sort of think of time as being very linear for them, because it's time also stops for many of them, because they are stuck, especially if they tend to not ever have a child, then they become stuck in this idea of potential motherhood, but without the motherhood taking place. So they would actually be stuck there for years together. So yeah, time would also stop in that certain case for them.
Thank you so much, Poonam. And okay, we still don't have questions. All right. Kireen, thank you for your very insightful and very rich, ethnographically rich presentation. And I was just thinking, it's a question. I'm just curious that what about the government offices, schools, or colleges in that area where there is load shedding for quite a big part of the everyday? What happens there? Do they have, does life go on normally in those spaces, as in maybe government offices, hospitals, schools, colleges? Does time go on normally for them because they probably, I would imagine, have some sort of backup power, or how does time work there?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Raja, for this very good question. And sorry, just before I reply, I'm not sure if you noticed it, but at least to me, during my presentation, the video looked very weird. So I apologize for that in case it distracted you. I hope it's okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so in that Aliabad small town, most of the government buildings and most of the schools, but not all schools, had so-called special lines. So these were like electricity connection, which would usually carry 24 hours of grid supply. But they were not always used for these buildings only, but sometimes the local elite could also encroach on them. And high-ranking bureaucrats, very influential engineers or rich businessmen could more or less kind of informally tap into those 24-hour line of electricity as well. So to your question, yes, in the usual offices, the time was more or less not as strongly structured as for other households and other workshops, because grid electricity was more stable there. But the very existence of these special lines made it possible for others to kind of reclaim their agency over time even more strongly, because they had more like social and political capital to overcome the kind of structural burdens that others faced. Yeah.
Are you
I mean,
finished
so
with the answer? Sorry. Or did you wanted to say something, Suraja?
no. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So Quirin, I really like the way how you go about connecting empirical insights, observations with conceptual thinking, and like to move forward to go further on that road. I was wondering when you think of your observations, what surprised you most? What didn't you like? And like maybe a little background in pragmatist epistemologies, or also of course, in ethnography, sociological discourse on ethnography, organizing surprises is a very, very good way to moving forward with conceptual thinking. So this is the background of my question.
Yeah, thank you. Very good question. And I always continue to think about these things, and this chapter is still very much in progress. So I very much encourage all of those questions because they made me think more about stuff that I haven't really thought through yet. So from my kind of point of view, what was most surprising or kind of most interesting for me was also how many of my interlocutors actually find so many different ways to deal with this kind of structural marginalization. People like the interlocutors that I call Suhail, for example, how they took over practices that made them have more electricity, even though on a different layer, so to speak. So because he was not kind of well connected enough to get a special line, he could still pool together resources with others and buy this battery system, for example. Or there were more kind of informal ways of getting not a special line, but a second line, as they call it, that kind of links you not to the 24 hours electricity supply, but to another distribution grid. So you would then, in this kind of three-layer load shedding pattern, you would not just have one pattern, but two. So kind of these small-scale everyday practices of trying to work around while not being able to fully overcome it was interesting to me. And at the moment, I try to think about these practices as an idea to reclaim agency over time. But I'm not quite sure if it's convincing yet. So I'm open to all kind of suggestions and other ideas.
I mean, this is in itself a very nice story of creativity, inventiveness, and also of tinkering, maybe like tinkering with what is given to you to handle your everyday life. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, tinkering is also like an idea I had in my head, but haven't really explored it. Yeah, thank you. I'll take it with for the next rounds of reworking this material.
Thank you so much. And I have just one very, again, a very curiosity sort of question for Kritika. I was just wondering how went about talking to these women, because there are three things that I think of. Firstly, in India, talking about reproductive health in itself is considered a taboo, and for these women who are already in sort of a surveillance position, talking about it can be difficult. And then, of course, hysterectomies are forced reproductive these surgeries that they are forced to go through. They sort of are can be trauma inducing and can be very violent for them. How did you go about speaking about how did you find it? Did you find a way to speak about it in a, I don't know, did you did you face any troubles asking questions, or uh, when you ask the questions and getting a reply, or conducting interviews, semi-structured interviews in these positions? Anything like, I just wanted to know how you went about talking about these issues, which can make it very difficult for the women to talk about.
Thank you for the question. So this is perhaps one of the biggest limitations for me as a researcher, and so even until the end, of course, it will be. But so they were they were both very sides to the story, because since I had to have answers eventually because this was my research. So one thing I realized was that hysterectomies had been very normalized within this community, and talking about it, like I could go around and ask who have had hysterectomies done within the sugarcane workers. So because it was so common. Second, when you talk about surveillance, absolutely right. It was very hard to get one-on-one interviews done with the women because their husbands or any other male member of the family would always be there. So eventually I resorted to 5 to 6 women always being together, sitting together, and then one would start talking and the other would, add to it. And also, apart from this, the other limitation which I had was the fact that I don't speak their language. I had to have a translator who would translate the questions, and a lot of things got lost in that translation aspect of it. Trauma inducing, I wouldn't. This is also a very sad aspect of it, because when I asked certain questions which we would find emotional or sensitive, those did not impact that much because for these women, it's hysterectomies is all about survival. And they don't really think of it as something that would induce trauma in them, which is again a very sad aspect of this entire phenomena. So they don't realize that there is an emotional aspect that is attached to it. And when I would ask them questions like, do you feel a sense of emptiness or something like that, they wouldn't understand the concept of feeling emptiness or something like that. So they would just reply that we have to had it done because we had to continue our work. So yeah, I hope I answered your question. This was
Yeah, I'm thinking about, as soon as I asked this question, I thought about it that maybe in these situations where economy is so demanding of a woman's body, a woman who needs to survive will do get over these emotional needs of motherhood, and these are also some things that comes from certain essentialist ideas of women and their absolute need for motherhood. And I'm thinking about how this is an example of of unlearning those notions, because I'm imagining for these people, for the women here, motherhood can take a back seat if they need to go in, and even if that means that it is very sad, because it kind of normalizes this violence that is happening on their bodies continuous, because there is no consent in these situations. But also this notion of how the essentialist idea of motherhood being the epitome of womanhood kind of becomes, I don't know, kind of gets fractured in these situations when one needs to live up to these demands of labor market.
yeah, this is actually a very interesting point. Um, so but that what he said is absolutely true, because here the entire economic aspect of it is very central to it. But as I showed that all of these women have already been have gone through motherhood because they have married early in they, and they have had a early motherhood too, like within 1 year of their marriage they have been. And when they go for the hysterectomy, um, often the doctors would ask them that have you had children, or do you have children? And okay, so for the even so this the idea has already been circulated in their minds that the sole role of a woman was to bear children, and you're done with it, so your uterus is no longer of use. So like you rightly said, that motherhood takes a backseat only once they have fulfilled that role. It is there, and but later on in their life, once once the role has been fulfilled, the economic aspect becomes central to it. So it's not completely away, but yeah, later on in life, it sort of becomes secondary. It's more about survival then.
May I step in here?
Yes,
Because
please.
I'm not so sure if motherhood has always has at any point been to stay in the picture in the front seat, because these women they have always been workers. And of course there is this normalization of being then also a mother, but always at the same time as continuing to be a worker. So I think it has never been so much only center stage exclusively. I think this is an important point, as also Kritika pointed out. And the other thing is, I think, as you also already mentioned, Kritika, normalizing hysterectomy in that community. I think this explains a lot, the normalization of hysterectomy. It's so normal and it's so also it's narrated so affected. So, but how the normalization can take place, I think that has to be explained. Yeah, so, and it's really only to be able to, it's only possible to understand it through this interconnectedness between of being worker and parenthood, organizing reproduction. So I think that's the difficult point also in the story.
Thank you so much. We don't seem to have any questions from the attendees. Tech support. Should we just end the panel 5 minutes before, or
That's your decision. If nothing has, well, if no one wants to ask a question, you're free to. I think there's a question from the panel.
If that's okay, I'm not sure if we are allowed to ask questions to each other.
yes, definitely.
Cool. So my question might be slowly going to Poonam and Kritika. And again, thanks to everyone for your engagement and Suraja for the hosting. I was wondering, I think maybe to some extent in mine and also clearly in Ashwin's presentation, we had the question of like who actually takes power, so to speak, over time and who actually produces time or more or less kind of reclaims agency over time. And I was wondering, Poonam and Kritika, in your cases, would you say that actually your interlocutors are mainly kind of pushed away through these like time currents that are produced by broader biosocial or kind of capitalist patriarchal norms and schemes? Or is there also a way that your interlocutors kind of drew on their own ideas and practices to reclaim agency over time, to redo different and practice different ideas of time or temporalities? If that makes any sense.
Should I go first or Poonam, do you want to go first? Okay. So in my case, I can definitely say that the state plays a huge role and there is a lot of control because of the state, eventually, if you want to say. And when I say state, that it's not just one entity as such. There are a number of institutions which are controlling is that what I guess this is what you're trying to ask, right? That how
Yes,
does
like,
it yeah
like who produces time, but also if any of the kind of female workers you interviewed with can kind of frame time differently and therefore kind of interpret their lives differently to those kind of bigger structural kind of time compressed disrupted temporalities, as you called them earlier.
So now that I think of it, I haven't come across any narrative which was differently interpreted. All of them had a very constant and a very static reply to maximum number of whenever I interviewed them. But yes, there have been changes when it comes to generations. For example, if there were certain interviews, even if the women had gone through that life trajectory, they made sure that the children did not. And that is where they broke the time, as if you can think of it in that sense. And but just talking about the women and how do you say control, I think I already mentioned, as I mentioned, that it's not just one layer which is controlling, but a number of things. For example, since they belong to marginalized communities, so they have to face stigmatization of having belonging to a certain caste or a tribe. then they have to face the control from the economic aspect of it, that is the center and the state policies, which are not very favorable for them. And so there are a number of layers to it. So did is it making sense what I said? Yeah.
Yes, thanks.
Shall I go ahead? Okay, so very quickly, so we just have a minute left, but I'll try to sort of wrap this up very quickly. So within my own research, and this is not the one that I presented today, but from the ones that the women who actually have infertility are undergoing assisted reproductive technologies within Germany, in contemporary Germany, and I talk of contemporary Germany, and that's where I use the concept of reproductive precariousness, that the women who were undergoing these IVF cycles again and again, and it wasn't happening, no? They weren't conceiving. So what they actually did was they used to get together. I mean, many of the women who I sort of interviewed on Instagram, they would actually organize, let's say, petitions to the government, to the state, or also within themselves, they would organize reading groups, they would organize support groups amongst themselves as well. So they had this very, very nice way of getting their agency back in something that is actually seen as not very productive, right? So in this case, this is when reproductive precariousness becomes very productive, in the sense that, and this is where I build on Isabelle Lori's work, that precariousness does not always mean sort of helplessness. It actually means productiveness, and can also build forms of community, socializing around community. So that's what these women did. And very quickly, historically as well, from the data from the medical records, women have also actually negotiated with the doctors themselves from 1945 to 1965. So they actually did negotiate with the doctors. When the doctor said there was nothing they could do for them, they would actually show these charts wherein their cycles were being shown as biphasic, now, which means that they were ovulating, which meant that they could try further cycles of treatment that the doctors offered. So there was ways of taking this agency back of their own bodies. So it was not always helplessness or something. The shared vulnerability actually made them much more productive in this case. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, once again for your very wonderful, very insightful presentations. Thank you, tech support. And in case you want to reach out to each other, or if the attendees want to reach out to any of the panelists today, they had I think all of them had their email IDs mentioned in their presentation. You're very free to continue this conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you from me as well. Just a quick information. If you stay in the webinar, there will be a keynote presentation at 6. It is in French with English subtitles by Jean-Godefroy Bidima. And in the other webinar, there will be another panel in Spanish with a title I cannot read, I'm sorry. So yeah, these will take place simultaneously, and I wish you a good evening, day, depending on where you are. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hallo, äh, Antoine, bist du da? Kann, sprichst
Ich mach
du
das.
sich?
Hm?
Hi,
Hi.
kannst du, hi, hallo, ich würde gerne die Simultanübersetzung probieren und deswegen wollte ich dich fragen, ob du ein bisschen auf Französisch sprechen kannst.
Klar. Ja.
Okay, kannst du mir etwas einfach sagen, dass du
Ja,
einfach
okay,
was
direkt.
du willst?
Okay, auf Französisch direkt.
Yes.
Ok, alors là, on essaye de voir si la traduction marche comme on veut.
Okay, so we're trying to see if the translation works the
Perfect.
way we want. Okay?
Okay. But we
Okay.
can see it. You didn't show your screen.
Okay, I can ich kann das so teilen.
Okay, super.
Okay, so wie letztes Mal, okay? Ich wollte nur diese kleine Probe machen.
Okay, Entschuldigung. Klappt's mit der Übersetzung?
Es klappt, es hat
Okay.
geklappt.
Frau Gumegu hat gerade auch nachgefragt. Super. Das heißt, du sharest dann einfach deinen Bildschirm.
Ich mache das und ich hoffe, es klappt wie letztes Mal. Das mit den
Hallo, bisher sind wir noch unter uns, ja?
Ja, also es sind schon 3 Teilnehmer da.
Aber wie die mal ist. Aber sind die schon zugelassen oder sind wir im Warteraum?
Ja, weil das Webinar schon läuft.
Okay. Ich verstehe zwar manches nicht hundertprozentig, aber wieso läuft? Egal. Aber Bidima ist noch nicht da.
Ja, genau.
Gut. Das heißt, warten Sie mal, von wo hört man Sie denn jetzt? Können Sie noch mal was sagen?
Ja, klar. Hören Sie mich gut?
Ich höre Sie, aber das kommt, glaube ich, trotzdem aus meinem Laptop, oder? Hören Sie. Ich mache mal mit Ihnen hier die Audioeinstellung. Das ist mir hier. Also Mikro ist Freisprech im Moment. Können Sie mich hören?
Ja,
Okay.
ja, sehr gut.
Wir haben Sie hier auch jetzt auf den Lautsprechern. Ich glaube, das
Ah, jetzt ist Ihr Mikro. Ah, jetzt.
ja, weil man muss neben das Mikro klicken und nicht auf das Mikro, wenn man die Lautsprecher auswählen will. Aber der hat es jetzt offenbar automatisch. Est-ce que vous pourriez dire quelque chose derrière, s'il vous plaît?
Hallo.
Können
Hallo.
Sie das mit?
Ja, nicht super, aber ja.
Okay. Ich fürchte aber, dass das eigentlich schon das Richtige. Es gibt noch eine, das Freisprechtelefon, es gibt noch eine digitale Audioschnittstelle Pleno. Keine Ahnung.
Jetzt höre ich Sie gerade nicht, Frau Gumegu.
Also, jetzt habe ich es wieder auf das von vorne.
Ja.
Okay. Man versteht wahrscheinlich nicht, was Sie da reden, aber Sie hören das.
Ja. Ja.
Okay. Attendez, est-ce que vous pourriez dire quelque chose à l'attention de Claudia Müller?
Bonsoir, vous entendez?
Oui, c'est parfait.
Ok, ça va?
Oui.
Donc, comme ça, nous, on est prêts.
Super.
Und sind Sie in Kontakt?
Sie,
Wie bitte?
Sind Sie in Kontakt mit Sidima?
in-
Der weiß, dass er eine Viertelstunde vorher da sein sollte.
Sollte er wissen, ja. Frau Gumegu, ich höre jetzt aber alles, alles. Also man hört auch, wenn getuschelt, leise geredet wird, glaube ich.
Gut. Ja, wenn er spricht, mach ich das Mikro aus.
Ja.
Ich denke mal, im Moment ist es, also es ist auch, es spricht auf jeden Fall für die Qualität des Mikrofons, wenn das gehört wird. Ach so, mit der K. Ja, also im Moment sind auch noch nicht so viele da. Aber so richtig freundlich sieht der Raum nicht aus.
Nee.
Ja, ich lasse es mal wahrscheinlich. Und das ist aber irgendwie spiegelverkehrt hier.
Hm.
Kann auch kein Mensch lesen auf der Tafel. So. So passt das, glaube ich, besser, ja. Okay. Merci. Donc tout va bien, tout est installé, mais Bidima n'est pas encore là. Donc vous n'avez pas d'autres contacts, c'est pas mail sur les Ok. Merci. Donc, qu'est-ce que vous voulez?
Okay. Gut, mehrere Probleme. Frau Müller, haben Sie versucht, ihn zu schreiben?
Wie bitte?
Warte mal, jetzt nehme ich mal kurz hier. Nee, welches ist denn jetzt hier meins? Keine Ahnung. Hören Sie mich, Frau Müller?
Ja.
Haben Sie versucht, ihm zu schreiben?
Das mache ich gleich. Ich muss mal schauen, weil Antoine das gemacht hat.
Warten Sie, auch mein Krummenacker hat es auch mal versucht und Anana auch.
Claudia, Bidima ist schon gekommen.
Ah ja, jetzt. Super. Okay, Frau Gumegue ist jetzt da.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Bidima. Nous voyons que vous vous êtes connecté.
Audio. Alors là, ça c'est...
Ah, bonsoir.
Oui, bonsoir. Oui. Alors, vous m'entendez bien?
Oui, oui, on vous entend bien hein, ici dans la salle. Ouais.
Très bien.
Donc, bienvenue. Merci beaucoup de nous accorder cette conférence. Nous sommes ici dans une salle de l'université de Tübingen avec une partie du public. Je peux rapidement... Bon, la salle, elle n'est pas belle. Hein?
C'est pas grave.
Je vous montre un tout petit peu et la caméra est loin, donc on ne les voit pas très, très bien. Donc, ce sont principalement des étudiants qui sont ici et en échange, qui viennent de Dakar et d'Abidjan.
Très bien.
Nous avons une autre partie du public en ligne et une troisième partie du public suit par notre canal YouTube.
OK.
Donc, c'est un peu le type multimédia.
Très bien.
Et nous avons prévu donc une traduction automatique en
Oui.
anglais. Ouais.
Oui.
Ouais. Qui va démarrer dès que vous commencerez la conférence. Est-ce
Oui,
que je m'adresse à notre support technique? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres choses à régler en ce moment?
Non, normalement, tout est parfait.
Ok, très bien. Donc, on peut démarrer la séance. Vous êtes
Très
prêts? Ouais. Ok.
Ben, bien, je vous remercie, ainsi que le docteur Nana qui a bien voulu m'inviter. Alors, le texte que je vais vous lire tout à l'heure a déjà été travaillé. C'est une partie d'un travail qui sera beaucoup plus long. Et la partie que je vais vous lire a déjà été travailler. Donc, je vais de temps en temps sauter certaines parties qui ne me paraissent pas intéressantes.
D'accord. Est-ce que vous me permettez de vous présenter
S'il vous
avant
plaît, allez-y, je vous en prie, il n'y a pas grand-chose à dire, mais bon,
que vous
allez-y.
commenciez? Donc, parce que c'est un très, très grand plaisir et un grand honneur de nous avoir parmi nous. Je n'ai pas vraiment besoin de le dire, mais je le dis tout de même pour certains, surtout pour ceux qui s'intéressent d'habitude à d'autres parties du monde, que Jean Godefroy Bidima, philosophe camerounais, est certainement l'une des figures majeures de la pensée africaine contemporaine. Il a été directeur de programme au Collège international de philosophie à Paris et il occupe aujourd'hui la chaire Yvonne Arnoux à l'université Tulane aux États-Unis, à la Nouvelle-Orléans. On peut dire en général que son œuvre explore les liens entre philosophie politique et imaginaire en interrogeant les conditions de possibilité du vivre ensemble dans les contextes marqués par la précarité et la traversée. Donc, c'était très, très évident de l'inviter à notre forum sur la question du Doing Futures in Precarious Times. Et nous sommes très, très heureux qu'il ait accepté de nous donner une conférence. Il a écrit de nombreux articles, chapitres d'ouvrages. Il a publié plusieurs ouvrages et en dirigé d'autres. Parmi ces ouvrages, on compte surtout la théorie critique et modernité négro-africaine de 1993, la palabre, une juridiction de la parole en 1997, dont nous avons d'ailleurs dans ce séminaire lu et discuté plusieurs chapitres pendant les semestres passés, et Histoire et traversée, philosophie politique et imaginaire en Afrique, qui est à paraître. Donc, nous l'attendons avec impatience. À travers ses écrits, Bidima propose une réflexion très originale sur la manière dont les sociétés africaines peuvent inventer des formes de justice et de solidarité en temps incertain. C'est à ce titre déjà que dans la palabre, il s'appuie sur des pratiques africaines, comme justement la palabre, pour repenser la démocratie, la responsabilité et la création dans des mondes fragiles. Dans le livre Théorie critique et modernité négro-africaine, il engage un dialogue audacieux entre l'école de Francfort et la modernité africaine, car il y interroge la catégorie de possibilités au cœur de la théorie critique. Comment faire advenir le non encore dans un monde où le possible semble éradiqué? En déconstruisant l'europocentrisme de la théorie critique, il propose de la jouer et déjouer dans l'espace public africain afin d'ouvrir les horizons d'émancipation. Ce travail, qui articule critique et espérance, esquisse ce qui nomme la Docta Space Africana, une pensée du futur qui refuse la résignation et mise sur la créativité politique et sociale. Dans cet ouvrage, Bidima questionne donc la catégorie du possible au moment où, écrit-il, notre histoire est devenue une histoire impossible. Donc, nous voyons, nous sommes pleinement dans la thématique que nous avons proposé d'étudier au sein de ce forum et nous nous réjouissons d'écouter la conférence de ce soir qui s'intitule « Par utopie et dystopie, les lieux du futur en Afrique ». Merci beaucoup, Jean-Godefroy Bidima.
Merci infiniment. Je remercie l'ensemble des organisateurs et notamment le docteur Nana de m'avoir invité. Alors, je partirai d'une exigence, à savoir que les réflexions sur l'Afrique et ses multiples défis nous conseillent aujourd'hui d'être prudents et modestes. Car la réflexion, qui est une sorte d'inflexion de la pensée et des pratiques sur l'expérience, n'est pas une ligne continue qui trace un sillon, mais c'est souvent un tracé qui est de temps en temps discontinu. Réfléchir est donc un essai qui tente, mais qui ne conclut pas. Une tentative qui est, d'une part, une tentation, dans la mesure où la réflexion provoque au sens où l'on formule un appel à l'inconnu, et d'autre part, elle entretient une tension vers quelque chose. La réflexion est donc aussi un relais qui passe du sujet avec ses processus de subjectivation à la formation des communautés. Du registre conscient à celui imprévisible et ironique de l'inconscient. Réfléchir, c'est enfin parcourir, se frayer des passages et traverser des lieux, des topoi, qui eux-mêmes renferment des non-lieux, des utopoi, qui sont ses propres possibilités. Réfléchir est donc parcourir les lieux et soupçonner en ceci le non encore accompli qui est en gestation, comme le dit le philosophe Ernst Bloch. Réfléchir sur l'Afrique sera donc parcourir certains lieux par lesquels la création, la méditation, l'imagination et les projections africaines se font. Cette traversée de l'Afrique, rassurons-nous, sera un voyage écourté dans la mesure où il comportera plusieurs obstacles. Le premier étant de contourner cette difficulté, à savoir que dans cette traversée de l'Afrique, nous aurons la carte avec quelques points d'exploration, mais pas la boussole qui va nous guider. On a la carte, mais pas la boussole. Une réflexion sur la conjonction entre l'utopie et les dystopies ne peut avoir de sens que si elle est conçue comme une constellation, comme dirait Adorno. La constellation utopie-dystopie se trouve non seulement dans la constellation utopie-dystopie se trouve non seulement la liaison à travers la notion de lieu, topos, mais aussi la déliaison par excellence, la dystopie étant le contraire d'une utopie. Comment dénouer ce nœud entre liaison et déliaison? Le deuxième problème sera celui du bonheur. Nous savons que Utopia, Utopia, qui est une île chez Thomas More, était d'abord conçue comme Utopia, c'est-à-dire le lieu du bonheur. Du coup, en regardant de près les conditions de vie très dirigistes dans cette île, nous nous rendons compte que, souvent en utopie, il manque la liberté et le bonheur. Comment sortir de ce paradoxe d'un lieu du bonheur qui devient plutôt le lieu du contrôle? La troisième difficulté nous viendrait du fait que l'utopie et la dystopie peuvent être des concepts ou des genres. L'embarras sera le suivant. Comment séparer ce qui se présente sous le mode utopique ou dystopique du concept d'utopie ou de dystopie? L'utopie et la dystopie, d'une part, parlent du temps du futur et d'autre part, du temps présent dans lequel les possibilités non encore accomplies sont en gestation. Une difficulté va donc surgir. Quel temps privilégier? Celui qui viendra ou celui qui est présent et qui a toutes les possibilités enfouies? L'utopie et la dystopie ne définissent pas le plus souvent le registre discursif par lequel on peut les lire. En elles, on trouve des discours alternatifs, mais aussi des discours théologiques du salut. Les messianismes, les millénarismes sont à la fois des discours politiques et religieux. Le cas de Thomas Müntzer, théologien de la Révolution qui a élaboré un messianisme à valeur utopique. Dès lors, comment départager le politique du religieux dans les discours utopiques et dystopiques? Notre parcours des lieux sera donc chargé par ces handicaps. Dans cet exposé, on va donc privilégier en premier lieu ce que j'ai appelé les lieux de l'enthousiasme, en tant que ce dernier est souvent une poussée vers la constitution des utopies et des dystopies. Ce sera la première partie. Ensuite, nous discuterons de la question relative au lieu de la mémoire africaine et de l'insomnie qui les guette. Ce sera une deuxième partie. Une troisième partie sera l'exploration et des lieux de conservation du patrimoine africain. Ce sera la troisième partie que je vais écourter. Et nous explorerons aussi la production des lieux à travers la notion d'habiter, soudée à celle de terre promise. Ce sera la quatrième partie. Et enfin, nous analyserons, sans clore le débat, les lieux de la justice et du droit s'agissant de l'utopie et de la dystopie. Premièrement, les lieux de l'enthousiasme. Pour qu'il y ait une utopie ou une dystopie, il faut qu'il y ait des affects de mobilisation, quelque chose qui mobilise les gens. L'utopie promet une terre qui soit l'antithèse de celle qui nous transporte. La dystopie nous promet aussi une autre terre qui a un régime particulier s'agissant des êtres humains et de la vie qui est promue ou détruite. Les utopies et dystopies sont plus ou moins des terres promises. Mais qu'appelle-t-on terre? Et quelle est la différence spécifique d'avec le sol? Pourquoi ne dit-on pas le sol promis? Pourquoi un sol devient-il une terre? Le sol est destiné à l'agriculture, le sous-sol à l'exploitation minière, par exemple. Le sol est destiné à l'agriculture, au déplacement, au côté utilitaire. C'est une surface. La terre, c'est le sol plus la norme. C'est le sol plus les récits qui l'instituent comme terre. Ce sont les mythes qui l'accompagnent. C'est ce qui porte et en droit de se faire appeler habitat. On ne promet donc pas un sol, mais une terre. La généalogie de la transformation du sol en terre et de celle-ci en territoire avec un tracé et des limites reste à faire dans le cadre africain. Pour l'instant, ce qui est important pour l'intelligibilité de cette notion, c'est de dégager les réflexions qui pourraient accompagner la quête des terres promises en Afrique. D'abord, la notion de terre promise répond souvent à un appel et celui-ci suscite des engouements et des enthousiasmes. La notion de terre promise, qui est une notion théologique, politique, réactive des élans, donne de l'espoir à ceux qui avaient un horizon étriqué, soude les communautés vers un idéal qui soit moins narcissique, réaffirme les identités communautaires, allume des conflits et peut aussi produire des leurres et des violences. Au vu de l'engouement pour la terre promise et des contrats qui s'y livrent, le plus souvent, on peut s'autoriser une réflexion sur l'enthousiasme. Pourquoi les peuples croient et s'avancent-ils vers quelque chose qui serait comme une terre promise? La terre fut à l'étude, la notion, le terme d'enthousiasme fut à l'étude dans les 18e et 17e et 18e siècles en Europe. Il était question, dans l'étude de l'enthousiasme, de comprendre d'abord l'engouement pour l'hérésie protestante. Pourquoi les gens deviennent-ils protestants? Et l'hérésie protestante et ses fragmentations. Ensuite, il fallait bien articuler les droits de la raison sur l'imagination. Et enfin, il fallait assurer aux souverains leur autorité sur les groupes enthousiasmés. Pour expliquer l'enthousiasme, On passa par des arguments médicaux, théologiques, cognitifs et politiques. Bien sûr, cette critique de l'enthousiasme a commencé avec la philosophie occidentale antique qui, quelque part, s'est méfiée des enthousiastes. La critique du philosophe Shaftesbury nous paraît ici essentielle. Shaftesbury reprend l'évaluation de l'enthousiasme du point de vue médical, qui réduisait l'enthousiasme à la mélancolie, en ajoutant le rapport à la politique, mais auparavant, il examine l'enthousiasme pour les religions. Pour lui, nous recourons à la religion, et je cite, « surtout dans l'adversité, lorsque nous sommes en mauvaise santé, en proie à l'affliction, et c'est alors que nous voyons en l'être divin colère, fureur, vengeance et terreur. » Fin de citation. L'enthousiasme s'explique donc par la socialité fondamentale de l'homme, mais celle-ci est souvent abusée par les États et les religions. Shaftesbury va donc aussi examiner la manière dont les États et les religions manipulent et génèrent l'enthousiasme. Le premier levier est de produire d'abord la panique et le deuxième, de produire des prophéties qui vont engendrer des messianismes et des enthousiasmes. Et enfin, par l'enthousiasme, nous assistons à la manipulation de l'imagination, l'imagination elle-même étant un grand moteur dans l'évaluation des utopies et des dystopies. Cette réflexion sur l'enthousiasme peut s'appliquer aux passions suscitées par la quête d'une terre promise. Je ne vais pas revenir ici sur tout ce que la notion de terre promise a engendré. Ce qui nous intéresse ici, c'est de voir comment l'imagination, si importante pour les enthousiasmes, dans un monde qui consomme les émotions et où les individus et les communautés sont si susceptibles, comment cette imagination va être l'un des moteurs pour penser le futur. Comment mettre en perspective les affects qui poussent les communautés vers quelque chose d'autre. Et comment évaluer les ressorts de la déprime généralisée. Comment déplacer la notion de terre promise de la géographie et du mythique vers la production des utopies sociales. Deuxièmement, maintenant qu'on a essayé d'analyser l'un des affects de mobilisation pour les utopies, à savoir l'enthousiasme, en déplaçant l'enthousiasme du volet médical, en passant par la théologie et la politique, pour la création des utopies sociales. Maintenant, nous allons avoir le deuxième moment, qui est celui des mémoires africaines. Et j'ai intitulé cela « Est-ce que les mémoires africaines seront, n'est-ce pas, l'objet de l'insomnie future ?» La plongée dans la question de la mémoire africaine nous met devant un labyrinthe, avec ses tunnels et ses croisements. Le premier tunnel de la mémoire nous renvoie à la dette. Quand nous voulons assumer ce que nous appelons notre mémoire africaine, quelles sont les dettes que nous devons payer? Celles-ci doivent-elles être payées en totalité ou partiellement? Le deuxième tunnel nous ouvre à la question du don. Que faisons-nous du don des mémoires que nous recevons? Et si ce sont des dons, ces mémoires dons exigent-elles, et pour paraphraser la logique de Marcel Mauss, des contre-dons? Et si c'est le cas, comment se posent à ce niveau les questions de la réciprocité ainsi que la question de la dépense des dons? Le troisième tunnel, c'est la transmission. Après la dette et le don, c'est la transmission. Avec la mémoire, quels sont les canaux, les destinataires, comme on dirait, les contacts et les codes, comme dirait Jacobson, par lesquels cette mémoire sera transmise selon le beau schéma de Jacobson, que Ricoeur, par exemple, remet en question. En effet, si nous prenons la transmission comme communication, il y aura une espèce de complication entre ce que nous appelons l'encodage et le décodage. Et surtout qu'on pourrait concevoir et surtout qu'on pourrait concevoir les deux bouts de la chaîne, le dessinateur et le destinataire de cette mémoire. Et on pourrait introduire un quatrième tunnel à propos de la question de la mémoire africaine, c'est l'histoire. Exigence, distance et parfois critique. Dans le tunnel, l'histoire se met souvent en travers de la mémoire, suscitant parfois des anamorphoses avec celle-ci, tout en l'occultant et en la rectifiant. Dans les récits de nos vies individuelles, de nos communautés et ainsi que de nos peuples, comment départage-t-on l'histoire réelle et des mémoires extraites de ces histoires? Le cinquième tunnel, qui nous permet de penser la réalité de la mémoire africaine, sera la notion de fidélité. Si nous concevons notre mémoire comme héritage, que fait-on de cet héritage? Doit-on le fructifier avec un plan qui nous vient tout droit du testament qui nous a été légué? Ou alors assumer un héritage qui n'est, comme le dirait René Char, paraphrasé par Hannah Arendt, un héritage qui n'est précédé d'aucun testament. Cet héritage don est-il aussi une promesse? Le sixième tunnel, et je ne vais pas m'y attarder, ce sera la conjonction entre deux notions que Ricoeur et même des philosophes comme Kierkegaard empruntent, à savoir la notion de génération et de suite de génération. Qu'est-ce que nous faisons, n'est-ce pas, pour pouvoir passer d'une génération à une autre? Comment peut-on reprendre justement cette question de la mémoire en Afrique? Mais je vais m'attarder sur une notion qui s'appelle l'oubli, parce que quand on parle de la mémoire, on parle justement de la continuité et pas de l'oubli. En articulant la question de l'oubli, par exemple, à celle du pardon, des philosophes comme Ricoeur rejettent les formes d'oubli forcées et manipulées pour renouer avec une forme d'oubli qui n'est pas effacement. L'oubli n'est pas effacement chez Ricoeur, c'est une réserve. En s'appuyant sur Weinreich, Ricoeur pense qu'il y a un art de l'oubli et qui se concrétise dans le travail du deuil par lequel nous nous détachons des objets perdus de l'amour et de la haine. L'oubli n'est pas effacement, l'oubli est réserve. L'oubli est ce qui permet à la mémoire de trouver un moyen de respiration. Et cette notion d'oubli est envisagée sur le plan institutionnel par tout un tas de rites. Par exemple, politiquement, on parle de l'amnistie, on peut parler aussi de l'effacement de la dette, on peut parler de plusieurs moyens d'oublier. L'oubli étant ici, je prends la perspective des Ricoeur, étant ici non pas l'effacement, mais une réserve. Comment pouvons-nous reprendre en Afrique le thème de l'oubli, associé à la question de la mémoire, sous un angle qui a été un tout petit peu abordé par Ricoeur? Laissons-nous guider partiellement par celui-ci. La question serait, que fait-on de l'oubli à l'heure du numérique? Et que fait-on de la mémoire à l'heure du numérique? La lecture d'Histoire, mémoire et oubli de Paul Ricoeur donne quelques lueurs par lesquelles celui-ci a pensé la question du numérique. Premièrement, Paul Ricoeur parle du numérique lorsque, étudiant la question de la mélancolie, il articulait la physiologie, la psychologie et la cosmologie en retrouvant dans la recherche des éléments primaires communs au microcosme et au macrocosme. Et il prévoyait l'établissement d'une expression numérique. Poursuivant son analyse, Ricard va critiquer ce qu'il appelle un concept vulgaire du temps. Je ne vais pas m'y attarder. Il aborde aussi la question du numérique par le biais de la critique de cette abolition de la distance temporelle que nous offre le numérique. On peut poursuivre cette réflexion en pointant du doigt le rapport qu'il y a entre le numérique et la notion d'oubli. On pourrait par exemple considérer que la mémoire insomniaque, algorithmique et qui n'efface rien dans l'aventure du numérique, cette mémoire a cette ambition de réunir le passé, le présent et probablement notre avenir dans un même geste. Cette mémoire, dans certains cas, peut aussi être pathologique. La civilisation du numérique donne à l'humanité pour une fois la possibilité de perdre la faculté de l'oubli. La question serait formulée ainsi. Que fait-on de ces savoirs accumulés dans le numérique et comment gérer à la fois la coprésence et la coexistence de ces savoirs? L'historien Yosef Yerushalmi racontait l'histoire de deux hommes, l'un blessé pendant la guerre à la bataille de Smolensk et qui lentement a perdu sa mémoire et ne se souvenait plus du passé, et un autre, et qu'il a appelé mnémoniste, et qui développait depuis l'enfance une mémoire si prodigieuse qu'il n'oubliait rien. Yerushalmi nous dit que dans les deux cas, nous avons affaire à des types de pathologies. Et je cite, mnémoniste, pour sa part, développait depuis l'enfance une mémoire si prodigieuse qu'elle étonnait les psychologues penchés sur son cas, puis le public qui venait à ses exhibitions sur scène. La tragédie du blessé de Smolensk ne nous étonne pas. Nous tenons habituellement l'amnésie pour une pathologie, mais une mémoire insomniaque est aussi une espèce de pathologie. Fin de citation. La question que nous nous posons serait celle de savoir quel sera le destin de cette humanité qui aura perdu cette faculté fondamentale qu'est l'oubli. Comment gérer la perte de cette distance historique dans la constitution des peuples et comment la coprésence et la coexistence du patrimoine passé, présent et futur dans un même geste peuvent-elles libérer? Et comment concevoir la résilience dans des cas où le numérique nous donne une mémoire insomniaque et dont le seul défaut est d'avoir perdu la faculté de l'oubli? Il y a de cela une trentaine d'années était publié un livre aux États-Unis intitulé Afrotopia. L'auteur, Wilson Jeremiah Moses, spécialiste des messianismes et des utopies, mettait en garde la recherche africaine et afro-américaine du piège de ce qu'il a nommé le présentisme. Ce dernier est une sorte d'insomnie qui résulte de la coagulation entre les flux d'afrocentrisme, d'exceptionnalisme victimaire et de ressentiment vindicatif. La question de la mémoire africaine doit donc nous interroger sur cette question de l'oubli. Et je retiens la phrase de Ricoeur, l'oubli comme, non pas comme effacement, mais comme réserve. Le troisième lieu que je vais explorer sera la question des lieux de conservation, la question du patrimoine. On peut penser la notion de patrimoine à partir de celle de l'archive. Nous laisserons de côté le sens de la notion d'archive, tel que l'entend Michel Foucault, pour nous laisser accompagner une fois de plus par Paul Ricoeur. Dans une discussion sur les lieux de mémoire de Pierre Nora, Ricoeur critiquait ce qu'il a nommé le culte de la mémoire et les abus de ce qu'il a appelé les commémorations. À partir de la notion de patrimoine, Ricoeur, dans sa discussion des thèses de Nora, va élaborer trois notions qui nous intéressent dans notre évaluation des lieux de conservation en Afrique. Il a travaillé sur la mémoire archive, la mémoire devoir et la mémoire distance. La question des objets d'art africains et de leur destin s'inscrivait bien dans la mémoire archive, mais aussi dans la mémoire devoir. Les arts africains, ou ce qui se fait appeler tels, font partie de la mémoire archivistique de l'Afrique. Les Africains estiment avoir cette mémoire archivistique, estiment avoir, vis-à-vis de cette mémoire archivistique, un devoir de mémoire. Nous allons, quant à nous, introduire la mémoire distance dans cette conversation. Une grande question vient d'être posée à l'histoire africaine, à savoir celle de la conservation de la mémoire africaine. On a convoqué l'oralité pour marquer de son sceau et de sa fragilité une mémoire et une histoire africaine en pointillé. Les récits se sont conjugués au pluriel. On a trouvé les récits des religions et de l'État, l'économie, la géopolitique de l'art, et on a trouvé tout ce qu'il fallait pour la géopolitique de l'art africain. L'économie et la géopolitique, à leur façon, façonnent aussi l'histoire et la mémoire des arts africains. Puis, il y a eu les guerres, il y a les États, il y a les missionnaires, il y a les colons qui ont ravi les pièces relevant de la culture matérielle de cette mémoire africaine. Cette fêlure de la mémoire africaine demandait donc une réparation sous forme, selon les cas, d'indemnisation et de restitution de ces objets. La France étatique, par une décision politique, a décrété, certainement sans arrière-pensée ni calcul, le retour de certains objets d'art africains. Décision historique applaudie et parfois suspectée. On fit des rapports sur ce coup d'éclat du prince et les discussions portèrent sur les questions de management et d'intendance. En bref, tout était centré sur les faits. Dans cette opération, j'ose trouver des manques. Il a manqué dans cette restitution des objets d'art africains l'exigence d'ajouter la collecte et la restitution du patrimoine immatériel de l'Afrique. Le retour des objets matériels a construit ce que j'appelle une espèce de positivisme de la perception. On a disserté sur les faits et les objets à partir des questions suivantes. Quels objets d'art seront retournés en Afrique? Comment les conserver? À quels critères les classer? À partir de quels critères les classer? Quels États ou groupes ethniques doivent revendiquer la paternité de ces objets d'art? Quels endroits seront appropriés pour les accueillir? Quel nouveau type de regard les dispositions de ces objets d'art construiront-ils? À quel type de public s'adresseront-ils? Comment construire les nouveaux musées africains pour accueillir ces objets? Qui parlera au peuple? Est-il attitré ou initié pour le faire? Le patrimoine immatériel et son caractère non vendable, au sens où l'entend Adorno. Le patrimoine immatériel et son caractère non réconcilié avec la culture kitsch a envahi les objets d'art africains. Et ce patrimoine immatériel donne aux objets un souffle qui sera leur aura, comme dirait Benjamin. Il a donc manqué une véritable discussion sur la symbolique et la question organique de ces objets d'art. Le deuxième manque, s'agissant du retour de ces objets d'art, il manque les récits des conteurs autour de ces œuvres. Ces œuvres d'art retournées en Afrique sont exsangues et essoufflées par l'absence des récits fondateurs autour et à partir d'eux. Les seuls récits disponibles autour et sur eux sont ceux des États, des experts, des économistes et des vendeurs. L'objet d'art est ainsi pris dans les chaînes de la forme marchandise. Un objet d'art africain, osera-t-on le dire, c'est sa structure, sa texture, son environnement, sa distance, ses récits et ses conteurs. Ceux-ci ont été écartés. Walter Benjamin nous disait, et je le cite, « La réception des œuvres d'art se fait avec des divers accents. » Et fin de citation. Seule la valeur factuelle, la valeur d'exposition a été privilégiée dans le retour des arts africains. Il s'impose donc au lecteur, qui va donc parler du futur africain, à propos de la création artistique. Il s'impose donc au lecteur qui parle de l'histoire africaine, qui va donc élaborer des utopies, à l'historien qui produit un discours sur l'histoire de l'art en Afrique, à ces juges qui enquêtent sur l'histoire des arts africains, aux braves qui les domestiquent avec des concepts, à ces États et organisations qui veulent les contrôler, et aux croyances qui se justifient par elles. Il leur faut un devoir de modestie. Un philosophe français, Michel de Certeau, nous avertit que, je cite, « c'est toujours au nom du réel qu'on fait marcher les croyants, et qu'on les produit. L'historiographie acquiert ce pouvoir en tant que l'historiographie présente, interprète les faits. Pourtant, le réel représenté dans le discours historique ne correspond pas au réel qui détermine sa production. Le discours historique cache derrière la figuration d'un passé artistique, politique, le présent qui l'organise. Le discours historiographique occulte l'appareil social et technique qui le produit. Fin de citation. Le retour des objets d'art en Afrique a donc plus ou moins provoqué un positivisme de la perception. On a vu que les faits, on a oublié les symboles et les compteurs. Mais aussi l'opération historique en question, en nous parlant du passé, cette opération a occulté les conditions de la constitution du discours. Nous n'avons vu que pour parler comme les littéraires, nous n'avons vu que l'énoncé, on n'a pas tenu compte du processus d'énonciation. Accablé par cet handicap de pouvoir tenir compte du présent qu'il organise, notre propos sur certains aspects de l'histoire africaine future est limité par cette imprudence que j'ai de pouvoir parler de l'histoire de l'art du point de vue du non-historien que je suis. Nous pointons le doigt sur cette histoire africaine actuelle, non pour la louer ou la condamner, ni même pour l'essouffler en lui imposant une grille d'interprétation et un sens préconçu dans les officines universitaires, mais pour dire que, dans cette histoire humaine commune, l'histoire africaine a une place particulière. Celle-ci doit tenir compte du travail de réflexion sur soi, d'une méditation sur le temps. Et surtout, il y a une notion qui a été élaborée par le philosophe Ernst Bloch, ce qu'il appelle la non-contemporanéité. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut tout simplement dire que quand nous élaborons les utopies, les dystopies pour le futur, il faut tenir compte du fait que la conscience des individus reste souvent en retard par rapport à leur infrastructure matérielle. On a vu souvent en Afrique, on nomme un ministre, il a fait des études, il est ingénieur, il est médecin, mais au moment d'aller occuper la place qui lui a été donnée par la nomination dans son bureau, qu'est-ce qu'il va faire? Il va enlever la chaise sur laquelle était assise, était assis, n'est-ce pas, son prédécesseur. Et faire tout un tas de simagrées religieux pour pouvoir enlever le mauvais esprit que le prédécesseur a dû laisser. Donc, l'élaboration des utopies et des dystopies doit tenir compte de ce phénomène, n'est-ce pas, que Ernst Bloch appelle la non-contemporanéité. Il se posait la question pourquoi un peuple aussi évolué que le peuple allemand a-t-il suivi assez rapidement, n'est-ce pas, le nazisme? Et il explique et il donne la réponse en disant que souvent la conscience est souvent en retard par rapport à l'évolution de l'infrastructure dans laquelle nous vivons. Donc, il faut donc faire une médiation sur le temps. Et enfin, dans une histoire actuelle dominée par les lois économiques dures, les impératifs du monde militaro-industriel, la rhétorique de l'efficiency dans un monde qui tourne sans arrêt, il faut une réflexion sur l'histoire africaine doit s'engager sur les modalités de la création et de l'appropriation des utopies et des dystopies. Réflexion sur soi, méditation sur les diverses médiations du temps et stratégie de transmission des héritages. Notre interrogation sur l'histoire africaine est donc un pari. La question des utopies et des dystopies, et même du futur, c'est un pari que nous faisons. Et enfin, la production des lieux. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire habiter aujourd'hui? On parle tellement de l'environnement. C'est quoi habiter? Nous laisserons de côté les admirables réflexions de Heidegger sur la notion d'habiter et surtout la distinction très subtile qu'il fait entre s'abriter et habiter. Nous laisserons de côté les variantes des discours sur, pour, contre et autour de l'Anthropocène. Discours qui parfois prennent le ton économique, où la nature est vue en termes de ressources à conserver ou à perdre. Ça peut prendre le ton économique, ou un rythme crypto-théologique avec pour arrière-fond la métaphysique de l'effondrement. Nous passerons encore une fois de plus par ce philosophe qui, je trouve qu'on ne lui a pas fait la publicité qu'il fallait, Paul Ricoeur. On connaît mieux Paul Ricoeur comme penseur du temps. On le connaît aussi comme penseur de la mémoire, mais il a édifié une notion, je ne vais pas revenir dessus, une notion qu'il appelle la notion de tiers-espace. Qu'est-ce que c'est que le tiers-espace chez Ricoeur? Il dit, l'acte d'habiter, on peut voir l'espace sur le plan géométrique. On peut voir le lieu comme quelque chose qui dépasse un site. Ricoeur va construire ce qu'il appelle la place. L'acte d'habiter n'est mis en place que par celui de construire. C'est l'architecture dès lors qui porte au jour la remarquable composition que forment ensemble l'espace géométrique et l'espace déployé par la condition corporelle. La corrélation entre habiter et construire se produit ainsi dans un tiers espace. Si l'on veut adopter un concept parallèle à celui de tiers-temps que je propose pour le temps de l'histoire, poursuit Ricoeur, les localités spatiales correspondantes aux dates du calendrier, le tiers-espace peut être interprété aussi bien comme un quadrillage géométrique, peut être interprété comme un quadrillage géométrique de l'espace vécu. Fin de citation. Et Ricoeur termine cette évocation de la notion de lieu en établissant une analogie entre la construction des maisons et la construction des récits. Comment analyser aujourd'hui la notion de tiers-espace dans les utopies et les dystopies qui, quelque part, articulent des notions comme celle de terre promise? Comment produire ce tiers-espace avec l'hypothèque des organisations internationales? Par exemple, la notion de patrimoine mondial des sites sacrés de l'UNESCO. Cette notion de patrimoine mondial est aussi devenue une nouvelle terre promise à l'exotisme et aux interventions dans les politiques culturelles des États souverains. Avant d'exposer les ambiguïtés politiques, commençons par la genèse de cette notion de patrimoine de l'humanité. Le patrimoine de l'humanité est une appellation qui octroie à un coin du globe ou à une œuvre d'art répertoriée et sélectionnée, avec ou sans le consentement des populations locales et avec le lexique des bureaucraties, une plus-value valable ou pas pour l'humanité. Cette valeur est définie le plus souvent hors de l'Afrique, d'où l'hétéronomie d'un tel projet, malgré l'habillage des bonnes intentions de l'UNESCO et de la sophistication juridique qui l'encadre. Ces patrimoines de l'humanité, dans le cadre de certains sites, comme les forêts, se justifient par un discours de légitimation portant sur la préservation de l'environnement, ou bien alors sur la mise en valeur des œuvres d'art, etc., etc. Ce qui est dénié, c'est la transformation du lieu où ce patrimoine de l'humanité est implanté en une entité abstraite qui manque, dans le cas des forêts africaines, la dimension symbolique. Une forêt et une terre ne sont pas en Afrique des réalités physiques, purement et simplement. Elles transportent en revanche toute la pesanteur symbolique avec le mémorial des ancêtres, les croyances et les tabous. Il y a une espèce de tiers-espace dans ces lieux, pour reprendre la formule de Ricoeur. La désacralisation de ces lieux par la sophistication juridique de patrimoine de l'humanité, le désenchantement de ces lieux au profit d'une protection par un droit abstrait qui lui-même se fonde sur les intérêts abstraits d'une humanité non moins abstraite est une marque d'aliénation. Cette terre promise patrimoine de l'humanité, par la vertu de l'UNESCO, devient un instrument d'intrusion dans les politiques culturelles des pays africains et un outil de pression politique sous couvert d'écologie. La genèse de cette idée de patrimoine de l'humanité a commencé après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, avec les préoccupations concernant l'environnement. Mais très tôt, elle fut infiltrée par les mouvements des pays puissants. Et je cite Christina Cameron, elle dit « L'histoire de l'intégration à la Convention du patrimoine mondial des mesures de protection de la nature est liée à la participation conjointe de l'Union pour la conservation de la nature, UICN, du secteur scientifique de l'UNESCO et un groupe d'influents environnementalistes américains. » Fin de citation. La terre promise, patrimoine de l'humanité, est donc un symptôme de la manière dont les relations internationales peuvent parfois fonctionner. Dans nos dystopies africaines, que fera-t-on, n'est-ce pas, des notions de droit qui nous viennent justement des institutions internationales? Un bois sacré, par exemple, est déclaré patrimoine mondial et de ce fait est protégé. Mais la population qui entoure ce bois sacré, pourtant sa propriété historiquement, et qui vit dans des conditions inacceptables, est invisible. La terre promise à l'humanité ignore donc superbement l'humanité qui l'environne. Telle est l'ironie de cette forme, n'est-ce pas, de bienfaisance juridique. L'abstraction monétaire va aussi désacraliser les notions comme les lieux sacrés. L'abstraction monétaire, le fait que les terres, qu'elles soient sacrées ou non, on peut les acheter. Et en dernier lieu, et je m'arrêterai en dernier lieu, le dernier moment de ma communication, c'est les lieux du droit et de la justice. Pour pouvoir explorer la plupart des lieux, des probabilités et des possibilités tournant autour des questions relatives au droit dans cette Afrique-là, nous entrerons une fois de plus dans un labyrinthe. Plusieurs chemins se croisent et s'enchevêtrent. Le premier grand problème, et avant même de parler de la revendication des droits de l'Afrique, le premier grand problème, avant de parler de la revendication des droits de l'Afrique, de la cartographie des droits en Afrique et des traversées particulières de ces droits avec les autres domaines de la culture comme la religion, la sexualité, les arts, l'écologie, les sciences, les techniques et celui du couple, projection et frustration. Comme dans tous les couples respectables, projection et frustration ont d'énormes problèmes. D'abord, les problèmes de cohabitation. Un droit projeté et établi est aussitôt soit transgressé, soit caduc. Problème de préséance, qui, du point de vue des droits ou de son application souvent différée et biaisée, aura la voix au chapitre. Et problème de traduction, comment traduire un projet juridique sans qu'il soit démenti par l'acte même qui le fait traduire dans la réalité. Problème d'institution enfin, les droits s'instituent en tenant compte à la fois de la référence, c'est-à-dire ce au nom de quoi la norme est édictée, mais aussi la coprésence des impératifs de l'actualité et des optatifs de la moralité. Première chose qui va peut-être intéresser les futurs Africains et les utopies africaines dans le futur, c'est la question de la traduction des notions de droit. Le premier moment est celui de la traduction des systèmes normatifs édictés par les États occidentaux en systèmes normatifs locaux qui conjuguent à la fois l'exigence d'adaptation à l'histoire en train de se faire, mais aussi la verticalité de la référence fondatrice des mémoires et des peuples locaux. Si on trouve les termes héritage, filiation, dette, peine, punition, qui forment une partie du lexique et du tissu de la justice et des droits dans plusieurs langues africaines, il n'est pas très sûr qu'on trouve des termes comme vice de forme, constitution, troisième mandat, par exemple. Mais les traductions ne sont pas uniquement un marché de mots ou une affaire de saut de phrase en phrase, mais un lieu, un topos, qui se dérobe, un lieu qui, aussitôt acquis, aussitôt qu'on s'y établit, devient une utopie, un non-lieu, et se fend pour laisser une béance irréconciliable. Ce non-lieu nous pousse à chercher d'autres lieux au sein même de l'acte de traduire. Nous chercherons les lieux d'équivalence. Nous évitons les lieux de trahison tout en trahissant. Nous anticipons les substitutions. Nous alimentons les excroissances. Nous séparons le sens apparent du sens figuré. Et finalement, cette recherche de la traduction acceptable est un non-lieu qui n'a pas pour seule qualité que celle de la transition et de la traversée. Le philosophe Paul Ricoeur, encore lui, dans son livre intitulé, dans son livre sur la traduction, assure que la traduction est hospitalité. Ricoeur le dit, la traduction est normalement hospitalière. Cette idée est aussi une vieille idée qui vient d'un grand poète égyptien qui s'appelait Edmond Jabès. Edmond Jabès parle de l'hospitalité de la langue. Il y a de cela une bonne quarantaine d'années. Et plus près de nous, le philosophe sénégalais Souleymane Bachir Diagne a écrit justement un livre sur la traduction, sur l'hospitalité de la traduction. Alors, quelle sera donc notre question s'agissant de l'hospitalité et sur les questions de droit? Qu'en est-il de l'hostilité ou de l'hospitalité lors de nos traductions des concepts juridiques importés? Comment s'en sortir? La véritable question qui hante toute traduction, c'est comment s'en sortir? Quand d'un côté, nous voulons maintenir nos langues africaines dans leur ipséité à travers un nationalisme linguistique et culturel, je pense ici à Ngugi wa Thiong'o, qui dit oui, il faut faire la littérature en kikuyu, parce que quand on philosophe ou bien quand on fait, on écrit la littérature dans sa propre langue, on est moins aliéné. Je suis contre, rien n'est plus faux. Même quand on parle je pense que c'est Deleuze qui dit ça dans sa conversation avec Claire Pardet, il dit, il faut trouver un tiers-monde dans sa propre langue. Il faut être multilingue dans sa propre langue. Et puis, quand Ngugi wa Thiong'o dit, oui, en écrivant la littérature en kikuyu, si les Africains écrivent la littérature dans leurs langues africaines, ils seront moins aliénés. C'est faux. Parce que la création artistique n'est pas uniquement instrumentale. Nous avons l'inconscient, cette région en nous, qui agit en nous sans nous. Quand le soir, quand je vais me coucher, je ne dis pas, ah oui, je vais rêver étant, c'est pas moi, à Paris ou je ne sais pas où. Le rêve s'empare de moi sans moi. C'est parce que nous avons un inconscient et parce que nous ne sommes pas très clairs à nos propres énoncés que nos propres langues doivent nous devenir étrangères. C'est-à-dire de trouver dans ces langues-là ce qui espace l'espace du sens. Donc, philosopher ou parler dans les langues africaines ne garantit pas la liberté, ni même la transparence. Parce que nous avons en nous, nous sommes des êtres qui marchons avec des rêves, avec un inconscient. Je me replonge dans mon texte qui commence à être long. Comment s'en sortir donc en des lieux, non pas des transactions et la traduction juridique, en des lieux, non pas des transactions d'un commerce plat des signes, mais de jonctions et des traversées douloureuses et périlleuses. L'un des problèmes que le droit aura en Afrique sera surtout l'hétérogénéité radicale qui affecte toute langue. Toute langue est hétérogène, y compris celles par lesquelles nous formulons nos revendications de justice et écrivons nos textes de droit. Comment inclure dans nos textes juridiques, comment formuler dans notre hospitalité de la traduction ce qui résiste à l'appropriation, à la transaction, et finalement, qui reste comme cette espèce d'intouchable, à savoir l'indomptable intraduisibilité. Que fait-on de ce qui reste? Que fait-on des restes? La traduction, même quand elle concerne les systèmes normatifs, est toujours une trahison. Et la trahison est une fidélité. La trahison est une fidélité. Le juriste François Host, il est belge, nous énonce ce paradoxe à travers l'emprunt qu'il fait de la notion de fidélité qui se trouve dans le Nouveau Testament chez l'apôtre Matthieu. je cite François Host, il dit « C'est bien, serviteur bon et fidèle, lui dit son maître. En peu de choses, tu as été fidèle sur beaucoup. Je t'établirai. » Matthieu 25, verset 13. Et François Horst rappelle, et je cite, « À la veille d'un départ en voyage, un maître convie ses serviteurs, et leur confie à l'un une somme d'un talent et à l'autre de 5, leur recommandant d'en prendre soin. À son retour, le premier lui restitue scrupuleusement son unique talent, tandis que l'autre, qui en a reçu 5, lui en rend 10, suite aux fructueuses opérations qu'il a menées. Il est félicité par le maître, tandis que le premier, qui avait enfoui son talent, est sévèrement rabroué. Il n'avait pas compris, qu'à la différence de l'autre serviteur, que l'enjeu n'est pas la conservation frileuse de l'héritage ou du trésor, que la mise en circulation. La tradition africaine, il faut pas, c'est pas un trésor, non, il faut fructifier cela. Sa mise en circulation, son accroissement, la fidélité au patron impliquait donc le risque, l'ouverture au monde, l'altération et finalement la métamorphose. Fin de citation. Nous avons donc, à travers la traduction de nos systèmes juridiques, il faut donc faire ce risque d'être infidèle quelque part. Alors, je passe sur d'autres notions du droit pour revenir sur la numérisation. La numérisation est aujourd'hui caractérisée de grandes révolutions mondiales. Il semble que l'humanité aurait connu des révolutions. Schématisons. Celle qui a donné l'homo faber, celle qui est relative à l'homo sapiens sapiens, celle qui concerne la révolution industrielle, et enfin, nous avons la révolution numérique qui connaît plusieurs métamorphoses. Ces métamorphoses concernent l'information, la communication et même la cognition. Avec le numérique, on peut mettre sur pied des infrastructures de communication, des réseaux d'information, des réseaux d'information. On peut calculer le stockage des services de recherche, l'accès à la création et au partage dans les réseaux d'information. Mais avant de voir les conséquences du numérique dans l'évolution du droit, on peut découper les zones d'influence de cette nouvelle révolution en trois. Et je cite, l'ubisphère ou la sphère de la communication, la cybersphère ou la sphère de l'information et la noosphère ou la sphère de la connaissance. L'ubisphère étant l'horizon de l'humain et surtout généralise celle-ci à travers la communication. La cybersphère qui fonctionne comme une couche cachée, nous dit-on, et qui est comme une interface de médiation donnant accès à une exposition de connaissances. Et la noosphère, enfin, pour reprendre cette expression du philosophe Théard de Chardin, concernera les transmissions des rapports de cognition dans les domaines scientifiques, technologiques, sociologiques, psychologiques, artistiques et spirituels. Le numérique a donc des conséquences sociales, non sur le plan économique, à travers la maîtrise de la production et de la distribution des produits, d'une part, et d'autre part, à travers la consommation. Le numérique aura aussi un impact sur la structure sociale elle-même. Je ne vais pas m'y attarder. Les questions de justice en Afrique ont connu ces derniers temps le grand thème de la justice transitionnelle. Cette forme de justice est celle qui intervient le plus souvent après le grand désordre social. Une guerre, un génocide et des massacres de masse. Un autre thème a intéressé la question de la justice en Afrique, c'est celle de l'exogénéité. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire de ce qui nous vient de l'étranger? L'impact de la numérisation dans l'exercice de la justice est voulu par certains juristes pour suppléer aux imperfections des juges et des procédures. Laurent Alexandre affirme, et je le cite, « à synthétiser des milliers de pages de procédures, à lire les rapports d'experts, à consulter les textes de loi et de jurisprudence pour enfin rendre une décision. un travail de titan qu'aucun cerveau normal ne peut effectuer rapidement, a fortiori s'il est placé dans un contexte de surcharge chronique. Les décisions judiciaires sont ainsi rendues dans un contexte de la rationalité limitée. Ce travail deviendra graduellement à la portée d'une intelligence artificielle, infatigable, et c'est cette intelligence qui est capable d'éviter tous les biais cognitifs induits dans notre cerveau. Si une machine est capable demain de diriger un tribunal, si une machine est capable demain de diriger en quelques secondes l'ensemble des cas similaires et des jugements passés, en adoptant extrêmement finement la décision au cas précis, ne pourrait-on pas économiser de l'argent pour de lourdes procédures et supprimer des années de délai? En réalité, une intelligence artificielle rendrait une meilleure justice qu'une personne influencée par sa propre idéologie et le contexte de jugement. Fin de citation. Le mot est avancé. Une intelligence artificielle va rendre justice. Le premier grand danger qui se profile à travers cette justice digitale serait d'abord structurel. La justice et ses procédures sont d'abord une affaire entre les humains qui, dans notre coprésence au monde, nous aident à dénouer les fils de nos relations réciproques. La justice digitale, si efficace et si rapide qu'elle serait, semble donc déposséder les humains pour les confiner à un mode préconçu par le calcul, déléguant ainsi aux machines ce que les Anglais appellent l'agency. Le deuxième danger qui pourra venir dans le futur de notre sud global, c'est le danger anthropologique. Si les instruments numériques permettent d'évaluer les procédures, la rapidité des décisions, des statistiques, la coordination entre les juges, la désorganisation de l'espace-temps avec la virtualisation des procès, avec la virtualisation des procès, il ne nous donne qu'une forme de désymbolisation. La machine désymbolise l'action humaine en prenant la place des juges, la place des témoins, en nous évitant d'aller dans les jurisprudences, en nous évitant d'avoir ce temps. Et d'ailleurs, cette utopie ou cette dystopie d'une justice qui serait digitale, c'est quelque chose qui se rapporte à notre propre post-postmodernité. C'est une justice qui va consommer des cas. Le travail culturel, ce n'est pas le travail de consommation. Le travail culturel, c'est le travail de rumination. On consomme d'abord, on avale, et après on rumine. Et ça demande du temps, ça demande de la lenteur. Donc, il y a donc ce grand danger qui risque de venir, n'est-ce pas, dans nos systèmes juridiques. Nous avions déjà des problèmes avec la manière d'historiciser des notions occidentales. On aura probablement un jour un problème avec la question digitale en justice, où l'intelligence artificielle va remplacer les juges, les témoins et le reste. Et pour conclure, je m'excuse d'avoir été très long, la réflexion sur les utopies et les dystopies est une recherche sur les régimes d'historicité en Afrique. Ceci implique qu'il s'agit d'évaluer l'impact de l'action dans la temporalité africaine. Au creux de cette action africaine, on trouve la fameuse notion d'engagement. S'engager semble être le dogme fondamental dans lequel la pensée africaine, dans ses diverses variantes, baigne souvent. En littérature, on donne ce mot d'ordre. Il faut s'engager, dire de quel côté on se trouve. Est-on du côté colonial, afrocentriste, décolonial, postcolonial, du côté de la négritude, de la créolité, de la littérature monde ou des multiples tropiques utopias? Dans tous les cas, il y a un impératif à ce niveau, c'est celui de se retrouver dans une boîte bien identifiable, bien catégorisable, avec un lexique bien rodé, et le mot d'ordre est lâché, il faut s'engager. Dans les débats philosophiques africains, par exemple, les questions ontologiques ont été noyées dans des considérations de l'activisme politique. Tout semble tourner autour de l'État, des normes, des formes de pouvoir, de la qualité des acteurs, de la viabilité des moyens, des réseaux de circulation et de conservation du pouvoir, de l'immigration, des débats sur l'universel. Débats sur l'universel qui refoulent le côté économique et sexuel lié même à la question de l'universel. Vous allez voir, on dit universel, particulier, mais ils font comme si, ils ou elles, font comme si la question de l'universel ne concerne pas aussi la sexuation de nos propres discours. Nos discours ne sont ni politiquement neutres, ni sexuellement neutres, ni même économiquement neutres. Donc la question de l'universel est posée donc comme un en soi qui n'est pas relié à d'autres choses. Continuons. Tout semble donc la question de l'universel. Et on a laissé de côté, chez les philosophes africains, ce que des penseurs comme Alexis Kagame ont fait. On ne parle pas de ce philosophe rwandais qui était prêtre catholique, dont l'œuvre, bien sûr, parle de l'ontologie, la question de l'être, qui sommes-nous, où allons-nous, elle n'est pas posée dans la philosophie africaine actuelle. En tout cas, elle est marginale, au profit d'autre chose. Les œuvres comme celle d'Alexis Kagame ont fait, à savoir rediscuter l'ontologie à nouveau frais dans les langues africaines. Il serait peut-être utile de contextualiser la question ontologique, non pas à partir des langues africaines, comme le voulait Alexis Kagame, mais à travers ces langues. Faute d'une réflexion sur l'ontologie, les recherches actuelles sur le vivant et l'habité en Afrique perdent de leur profondeur philosophique pour souscrire à un positivisme qui ne dit pas son nom. L'engagement devient donc, l'idéologie de l'engagement devient donc le domaine dans lequel une bonne pensée africaine n'est pas articulée. Veut-on réfléchir sur la politique? Allez, il faut s'opposer à l'État. Bien sûr, en oubliant tous les symboles du marché qui nous entourent. Veut-on être un critique philosophique qu'il faut fustiger la négritude, l'État postcolonial, le méchant et mauvais Occident, en laissant bien sûr de côté les lieux et les non-lieux qui préfabriquent à coups de propagande, de déclamations, d'intimidation et de subventions, les meetings et les discours qui nous tiennent et que nous croyons tenir. Et dans les politiques d'engagement, nous voyons naître, n'est-ce pas, une pratique du ponce-pilatisme. Je me suis engagé, donc je suis justifié. Le véritable engagement de la littérature et des arts en Afrique, et c'est ça qui sera une véritable utopie ou une dystopie du futur, de la pensée politique et anthropologique africaine, serait de parvenir à l'autoréflexivité. Celle-ci consisterait à creuser ces lieux, les lieux tus, les lieux qui ont été bannis, ces lieux qui persistent et qui parfois se dérobent. Ces lieux sont des mises en scène. Quand nous parlons, écrivons, projetons et fantasmons le futur de l'Afrique, qui met cela en scène? Qui a dressé les tréteaux du théâtre? Qui s'occupe de la lumière? Qui peut, selon les cas, éclairer ou éblouir? Qui est chargé de la propagation des sons? Qu'est-ce qui se dédouble dans les jeux de miroir? Qui a écrit le scénario? Qui paye et souffle dans les coulisses? Et surtout, qui passera à la caisse pour l'addition? Et dans ce théâtre, qui est une fête de la parole, une fête des gestes, des intentions et des actions, comment s'articulent les rapports entre les images, les symboles, les désirs? Autrement dit, comment se met en scène notre rapport au temps? Je vous remercie pour votre patience. Ça a été un peu long, mais je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment. Vous nous entendez?
Oui, je vous entends parfaitement.
Okay. Merci infiniment pour cette conférence impressionnante. Attendez, je cherche à changer de caméra en même temps. Voilà, pour cette conférence impressionnante qui nous a fait traverser toute une série de lieux et j'aurais du mal à retracer le parcours que vous nous avez fait suivre. Donc, je mentionne très brièvement que vous avez réussi hein, à, à rassembler les questions du numérique avec les questions autour de la restitution des objets d'art africains, les questions du patrimoine de l'humanité, tout en insistant hein, sur, et je crois que c'est quelque chose qui a traversé tout le discours, hein, cette dimension symbolique, la dimension des récits, qui est proprement humaine, qui est liée aussi bon, j'ai retenu hein, l'imagination et la dimension symbolique comme quelque chose qui risque de se perdre quand on se concentre trop, soit sur le matériel, soit sur le numérique. Mais nous sommes, bon, en ce qui concerne le numérique, hein, ce n'est pas seulement une dystopie, c'est aussi une utopie. Et nous sommes ici avec vous grâce au numérique. Et je pense aussi que, et la traduction, vous avez parlé de la traduction aussi, la traduction numérique, hein, elle a été surprenante dans sa rapidité. Donc, et vous avez terminé, attendez, là, je viens de perdre un peu le fil. Donc, vous avez parlé aussi de cette question, développer ces idées-là à partir, hein, c'était le dernier point, hein, de la question de la justice. Et donc, oui, deux choses encore que j'aimerais peut-être relever un peu. Hein. Donc, c'est les questions d'utopie et dystopie qui peuvent paraître tout d'abord des questions du futur. Donc, vous avez insisté sur les modalités par lesquelles ces utopies et ces dystopies se créent et comment elles peuvent être appropriées. Et vous avez réussi aussi à les lier au régime d'historicité. Hein. Donc, la temporalité ou les questions des temporalités ont été très, très présentes dans tout cela. J'ouvre donc la discussion et j'ai déjà vu une main levée, c'est Charles Romain Mbélé.
Ah,
Est-ce que oui, là, il arrive. Vous avez la parole.
mais il est où, Charles?
Oui,
Il est où?
oui, bonjour.
Ah, ça va?
Oui, ça va bien et toi-même?
Oh, on survit.
D'accord, bah, je voulais poser une petite question.
Vas-y.
Oui, c'est-à-dire que lorsque j'étais écouté, bah, j'ai eu l'impression que avec le professeur là, ici, à côté de moi ici,
Ah, Lucien, il est où? Il va bien?
on a eu l'impression que tu parlais de l'intraduisible.
Oui.
Je ne sais pas si on a bien
Oui, bien
que
sûr,
tu
oui.
parlais de l'intraduisible.
Oui.
Oui. Bon, alors la question est la suivante. Bon, quand je t'ai écouté, Jean Godefroy, c'est que pour parler des normes et des réalités africaines, tu as beaucoup convoqué la philosophie occidentale, mais tu as montré que les gens comme Ngugi wa Thiong'o bon, ont voulu tenter des expériences qui ne pouvaient pas réussir, ou bien on n'a pas suffisamment fait appel à l'ethnologie de Kagame.
Oui.
Mais comment faire en sorte que ce qui est intraduisible, notamment le passage de la philosophie occidentale à la philosophie africaine ou dans les langues africaines, puisse avoir la possibilité d'éclairer les normes africaines? Voilà un peu la question que je me suis posée, quoi.
Oui. Bon, alors, d'abord, merci d'être là. Je suis parti de quelque chose qui est l'absence de certitude dans ces problèmes de traduction. Quand on
Oui.
parle de l'intraduisibilité, il ne faudrait
Mhm.
pas que cette intraduisibilité devienne un nouveau dogme, ou bien que, en disant, ah oui, nous sommes passés. Parce que ce n'est pas parce que je parle ma propre langue que je suis transparent vis-à-vis des énoncés que j'articule. Il y a toute cette dimension de l'inconscient. Il arrive souvent que nous fassions comment je peux appeler ça, des lapsus linguae dans nos propres langues. Ce n'est pas, en fait, je ne voudrais pas poser une langue comme étant un absolu, une identité en disant, ah oui, ben, une fois que je parle en béti, je suis plus transparent dans ma propre culture. Ce n'est pas vrai. La culture, l'héritage culturel est quelque chose, on s'approprie d'un héritage. Et on s'approprie d'un héritage en le trahissant un tout petit peu. Donc, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, et je pense que, de mon point de vue, il a eu tort dans ce sens de penser que c'est quand nous pensons dans nos langues maternelles, nos langues maternelles que nous avons immédiatement la clarté. Rien n'est clair pour moi personnellement, rien n'est clair. Parce que nous avons cette dimension de l'inconscient. Quand je vais dormir le soir, je ne dis pas, ah oui, aujourd'hui je serai en Kondongo, je serai où. Non, le rêve, ces choses-là s'emparent de nous sans nous. Et je ne suis pas plus transparent dans ma propre langue. Je vais citer quelqu'un qui est, et je reviendrai sur Kagame après. Je vais citer quelqu'un qui n'est pas suspect d'être occidental-centré, Bachir Diagne, dans son livre sur la traduction. Il avance, il dit, traduire, ce n'est pas uniquement aller de langue à langue, en tout cas, mais c'est élaborer quelque chose d'autre qui soit une reprise critique de ce que nous avons et de ce que les autres ont. Donc moi, je ne suis pas en train de dire, ah oui, il faut éliminer les langues africaines. Non plus, je ne dis pas, je ne pense pas que la vérité se situe uniquement dans la conservation de ces langues-là. Nous vivons, prenons une question d'efficacité. Nous vivons dans un monde très, très connecté maintenant, où vous êtes, c'est pas en France ou au Cameroun, peu importe. Nous avons, les réseaux sociaux et tout le reste. Mais quand moi je vais me limiter à écrire en Ewondo ou en Kiku ou ainsi de suite, le japonais, il a sa langue, mais il essaie de prendre les autres langues. Pourquoi prendre une langue étrangère est fondamentalement une aliénation? Et pourquoi s'exprimer dans sa propre langue serait absolument une libération? Je ne sais pas. J'essaie de remettre en question. S'agissant de Kagame, en voyant tout ce qu'il y a sur la philosophie dite africaine actuelle, de mon point du point d'observation là où je suis, je n'ai pas une vue panoptique des choses, je trouve quand même que les problèmes d'ontologie ont été mis de côté. Il y en a très peu. Parce que nous sommes dans le domaine où on s'occupe beaucoup plus d'instrumentalité. La fonction, l'être est réduit à la fonction, où tu connais tout le Bataclan. Mais je trouve que nous ne faisons pas. En fait, la philosophie dite africaine a elle-même épousé le marché. C'est-à-dire, nous allons vers des thèmes porteurs. Si vous allez, par exemple, aujourd'hui, si vous ne travaillez pas sur, c'est pas moi, je ne sais pas si je peux dire ça ouvertement, si vous travaillez sur les identités et vous osez dire un certain nombre de choses sur, mettons la famille, si vous travaillez sur la famille, sur les transformations de la famille, notre véritable problème n'est pas un problème de langue. Nous avons un véritable problème ontologique. La différence qu'il y a entre un homme et une femme, la différence qu'il y a entre un être humain et l'animal, la différence qu'il y a entre, je ne dis pas l'opposition, je ne dis pas l'opposition entre un homme et une femme, la question de la différence ontologique est une question fondamentale aujourd'hui. Et je trouve que c'est vraiment très, très mal, je ne sais pas, c'est assez aventureux de ne pas mettre ces problèmes-là. Nos mythes cosmogoniques peuvent nous aider. Ce n'est pas de l'ethnologie. Et même si c'était de l'ethnologie, c'est pas, à mon avis, c'est pas un blâme. Donc, moi, je pense que on devrait retourner à l'ontologie pour pouvoir combattre les assauts culturels et anthropologiques sur l'identité. Qu'est-ce que c'est qu'un être humain, l'homo sapiens? C'est quoi? D'où je vous parle aux États-Unis, la confusion est totale. On ne sait pas. Même les transformations de la langue. Et de mon point de vue, je n'ai pas raison. Mais je me dis, mais est-ce qu'on ne pourrait peut-être pas revenir à la question ontologique et d'interroger nos cultures, les cultures africaines, du point de vue, qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent de l'être? Qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent de la différenciation ontologique entre un homme et une femme? Qu'est-ce qu'on pense de l'identité? Peut-être que ça peut nous aider. Mais parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons des appareils juridiques, nous avons une surveillance électronique qui regarde si vous utilisez tel type de discours. Et je pense qu'on peut passer par un détour, le détour de l'ontologie. Donc l'ontologie en elle-même ne m'intéresse pas. L'ontologie m'intéresse parce qu'elle peut aider à contrer certains types de pensées. Voilà. Je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu, Charles. Allô?
Ça va. On va avoir ce débat une autre fois. Merci beaucoup.
À bientôt.
À bientôt.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Non. Je n'en vois pas là tout de suite. Bon, je vais peut-être poser une question qui me vient. Bon, vous voulez y aller? Ok, d'accord. Bon, je vais tout de même poser cette question-là parce que je me suis, là, en écoutant votre réponse, je me suis demandé en quoi est-ce que l'ontologie peut contribuer à, comme nous disons dans le forum, faire des futurs, hein, ou à développer des utopies. Vous aviez aussi beaucoup parlé de l'enthousiasme au début comme moteur de l'imagination pour construire des utopies. Mais comment lier... Bon, je vous pose la question. Comment lier ces éléments-là?
Très bien. Alors, je vais d'abord commencer par l'enthousiasme. Allez dans n'importe quelle ville africaine. Vous allez voir les groupes de prière. Mettez-vous, vous dites, je suis pasteur, je vais vous donner la prospérité, la joie. C'est toutes ces boutiques, toutes ces quincailleries de la... comment je peux dire ça? Toute cette quincaillerie de la consolation. On ouvre le robinet de la consolation, on vient, ah, moi, je veux un miracle pour mon foyer, je veux un miracle pour la naissance. Bref, tout cela est basé sur les questions d'enthousiasme. Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'un être humain va euh, s'attacher à un certain type d'énoncé, un certain type de discours ou à un certain type de personnage charismatique? Qu'est-ce qui fait ça? Donc, avant de... les utopies, les dystopies sont des pensées qui veulent mobiliser non pas l'individu, mais la société. Donc, il faudrait donc travailler sur la manière dont les enthousiasmes sont créés et pourquoi les gens y vont assez rapidement. Donc, la question de l'utopie et de la dystopie est donc, à mon avis, liée à la question des affects. C'est-à-dire, on provoque la peur, on provoque la panique. Nous avons tout chacun à tout ce que j'appelle, ce qu'on peut appeler, les psychologues appellent les peurs primitives. Ah, on a peur de sombrer, on a peur de mourir, on a peur de ça. Donc, on capitalise donc ces peurs, on capitalise cette générosité, ces enthousiasmes, ces élans pour donner pour s'agréger, n'est-ce pas, dans un parti politique. On va soutenir un candidat ou un parti politique bec et ongle. Il y a ça, et puis l'intérêt l'enthousiasme, l'intérêt. Donc, il faut, à mon avis, analyser les affects de mobilisation. Qu'est-ce qui mobilise les gens pour que les gens produisent des utopies ou des dystopies? Première chose. Deuxième chose, votre question portait sur la question ontologique. En quoi revenir sur l'ontologie va nous aider à formuler ou à mieux comprendre les utopies ou les dystopies. Je pense que c'est dans votre université à Tübingen qu'enseignait Ernst Bloch. Ernst Bloch, philosophe marxiste, a fait une espèce d'ontologie. Mais dans son ontologie, il ne s'occupe pas de l'être. Il s'occupe du non encore être, ce qu'il appelle du noch nicht, et qu'il traduit en latin le non dum. Autrement dit, ma prédilection pour l'ontologie est aussi de voir le non encore être qui est mis de côté. Les gestations qui sont là au niveau du réel, mais qui sont écartées par les forces en vigueur. Donc, ma question de l'ontologie est d'abord une question tactique. Premièrement, de voir à partir de la réflexion sur l'être ce qui a été écarté de l'effectuation, c'est-à-dire le non encore être, l'utopos, ce qui n'a pas encore eu lieu. Première tactique. Deuxième tactique, c'est que, comme je disais à Charles tout à l'heure, moi je pense que, je me trompe peut-être, hein, je changerai peut-être d'avis demain ou cet après-midi, la question de l'ontologie, surtout chez nous en Afrique, ça va nous aider à trouver des arguments forts contre l'uniformisation du modèle familial qui veut être imposé dans ce monde. Et si nous nous appuyons sur ce que, dans nos cultures, comment dit-on l'être? Par exemple, c'est une question qui peut paraître anodine, mais qui est fortement politique. Comment dit-on l'être? Comment traduit-on être humain? Il y a de cela quelques temps, je finissais la rédaction d'une préface à un livre d'un compatriote camerounais qui est au Canada. Et en réfléchissant à partir de ma langue, bien sûr, j'ai trouvé comment la notion de pléonexia, c'est-à-dire on veut tout manger, on veut tout avoir, et ainsi de suite, dont parle Aristote, comment cette notion de pléonexia m'est extrêmement bien expliquée quand je pense dans ma propre langue, avec les catégories de ma propre langue. La gourmandise ordinaire, on appelle ça ndok chez moi, bon, c'est la gourmandise, bon, on veut manger tout. Il y a un autre type de pléonexie, de petite gourmandise. On compte le nombre de morceaux de viande dans la marmite. On est un peu égoïste. On appelle ça au loi. Et puis alors la grande gourmandise qui détruit, non seulement qui amasse, mais non seulement amasser, mais détruit. On appelle ça chez moi, on appelle ça côte, qui vient d'ailleurs, une dérivation de côte, qui veut dire amaigrir, sucer. Donc, les catégories ontologiques, linguistiques peuvent m'aider, en tant qu'Africain, à mieux contrer certains types de logiques qui sont en marche. Et quand on les regarde derrière, c'est le marché. Donc, comment est-ce que je peux, si je suis accusé d'avoir un certain point de vue sur la famille, comment est-ce que je peux me défendre si je ne connais pas, sur le plan ontologique, des choses de ma propre culture? Donc, à mon avis, la réflexion sur l'être n'est pas écartée, ce n'est pas de la métaphysique, c'est l'anthropologie, la manière dont nous habitons cet espace qu'est l'espace terrestre. Donc, c'est ça, c'est pas l'ontologie pour l'ontologie, non. C'est l'ontologie qui doit barrer la voie à pas mal de choses, dont je ne peux pas entrer ici dans les détails.
Ok, merci beaucoup. J'ai une question ici dans la salle de la part d'Ibrahim Ndiaye.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup pour votre... Merci beaucoup. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui, bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. En fait, quand je vous écoutais parler et que j'ai pensé un peu quelques-uns de vos textes, notamment la palabre. Et je me suis dit peut-être que aussi, bon, j'avais gardé une position à laquelle après je me suis peut-être trompé. Parce que souvent je m'étais dit que bon, vous donnez un cachet assez important à la langue, surtout à la traduction. Parce que dans vos, je sais pas, parce que dans la palabre, vous posez une question, vous dites que comment, dans la société bêtise, on peut expliquer à quelqu'un qu'on peut cacher un arrêt par vice de forme. Et donc, vous dites aussi que dans la langue bêtise, le terme OID, ça peut signifier traité, entente, pacte concordat. Et là, je me suis dit, peut-être qu'il y a un décalage symbolique sur le fait de nommer. Donc, comment on peut nommer sur le plan juridique, sur le plan lexicographique, juridique. Et je me suis dit que peut-être Yves Valentin Moudimbe a évoqué la question de la bibliothèque coloniale. Et vous, de manière pratique, vous en dégagez quelques aspects. C'était ça mon idée, mon interprétation. Parce que je me dis que bon, au niveau pratique, il y a des aspects, il y a un décalage langagier, il y a un décalage symbolique, surtout dans la critique des emblèmes, que vous introduisez aussi la question des signes, des images, surtout dans les drapeaux, dans nos différents drapeaux. Et vous avez, je crois que c'était l'Angola aussi, avec
L'Angola, oui. Pourquoi il y a
oui,
la faucille et le marteau?
oui, le fossile et le marteau. Et là, je me disais que bon, vous avez une position critique par rapport au symbolique de l'image, mais aussi à la langue. Et parce que si vous dites que bon, si vous supposez que comment on peut dire à un petit qu'on peut casser un arrêt par vice de forme, alors que dans sa propre langue, il n'y a pas c'est l'extrême vraiment pour traduire ces concepts juridiques dans sa propre langue. Moi, je me dis qu'il y a un décalage, bon, qui est peut-être le produit de la bibliothèque coloniale, d'une langue qui a été imposée et dont les contours n'ont pas été bien maîtrisés. Voilà. Et donc, à ce niveau, sûrement, il y aurait un décalage. Et, et je me demande, mais est-ce que du point de vue de votre positionnement, du côté de la bibliothèque coloniale, que beaucoup d'Africains rejettent, beaucoup d'inter-Africains rejettent parce que c'est un discours colonialiste voilà, qui a produit, comme Moudimbe l'a dit, l'entité que l'on appelle l'Afrique. Et donc, premièrement, c'est au niveau intellectuel. Et d'après toutes ces réflexions, comment vous comptez vraiment donner des positions
Oui.
pour ce détour?
Voilà. Alors, la première chose, vous avez fait mention de mon amour pour la réflexion qui porte sur le langage et sur les images. Euh, Quand vous entrez dans une maison, on entre d'abord dans une maison par une porte. Le langage est on entre dans la culture à travers le langage. Il y a des choses qui nous précèdent, on arrive, on nous apprend une langue, on nous apprend la gestuelle, on nous apprend la manière de l'exis, la manière de se tenir. Donc, je m'intéresse à ça parce que c'est comme des clés, mais ce n'est pas l'unique clé de la culture, le langage. Deuxièmement, les images. On n'a jamais vu une société qui ne crée pas d'images. Nous avons besoin d'une image. Nous avons besoin des images, nous avons besoin des miroirs, nous avons besoin, n'est-ce pas, des récits sur ces images-là. Tout cela, c'est ça qui constitue justement, à mon avis, les clés par lesquelles je peux entrer dans une culture. Votre question, et qui me paraît une question fondamentale et assez vous me posez la question, d'abord, votre question est posée en termes dualistes. Vous dites, est-ce que vous êtes pour la bibliothèque coloniale ou non?
Non,
Je ne sais pas si je vous ai bien compris.
non, par exemple, l'idée que je développe, c'est qu'il y a la conceptualisation de la bibliothèque coloniale. Bon, il y a des discours qui ont produit l'Afrique. Et en termes de positionnement, voilà.
Je vais vous surprendre. Je prends le monde comme un livre qui est ouvert devant moi, personnellement. Et si je voudrais résoudre un problème immédiatement, ou bien à court terme ou à long terme, à moyen ou à long terme. Si je veux résoudre un problème, je vais ouvrir le livre de l'humanité parce que j'appartiens à cette humanité-là. Donc, si je peux avoir quelque chose qui me vient du Japon, pourquoi pas? Et qui m'aide à résoudre mes problèmes actuels. Ceux qui sont plus puissants, l'Occident n'a fait que ça. Je vous rappelle que j'ai fait le petit livre qui a été publié sur la palabre. C'est pour dire comment en Occident, les gens fonctionnent. Deux médecins américains ont pris la traduction de ce livre et quand ils sont allés au Libéria, en Sierra Leone, pour s'occuper d'Ebola, ils ont pris les méthodes de la palabre pour pouvoir attirer les gens, pour que les gens viennent prendre, n'est-ce pas, des médicaments. Parce que les gens se disaient, ah, cette histoire-là, ils viennent nous soigner, c'est douteux. Donc, ils ont fait ce qu'on appelle, vous savez, dans les hôpitaux, on fait ce qu'on appelle le consentement éclairé, c'est-à-dire vous signez un papier en disant, oui, si l'opération se passe mal, bon, je suis conscient. Ils ont changé ça à partir du modèle de la palabre. Pour dire quoi? Pour dire que avant d'engager des médicaments, avant de donner des médicaments aux gens, dans le modèle capitaliste où le malade est un consommateur et le médecin, le corps médical, pourvoit, il faudrait avoir une discussion avec des gens. Ils se sont assis avec les gens, ils disent, voilà, nous sommes arrivés, qui est le chef, qui n'est pas chef. Ils ont parlé avec des gens et ça s'est bien passé. Alors, ils ont mis ça dans un article en disant, la palabre, un modèle de la santé globale. Eux, les Occidentaux peuvent prendre nos choses, les réutiliser. Mais pourquoi nous, on ne fait pas ça? Pourquoi ah oui, la Bible. Ah, tu dis ça, oui, tu n'es pas très africain. Toujours ce procès en authenticité. On peut très bien prendre ce que les. Si nous faisons partie du monde, on prend ce qui peut nous être disponible. Quand vous êtes malade, et moi je le suis, quand vous avez une grande maladie, est-ce que vous discriminez réellement les remèdes qu'on vous donne? Pas du tout. Vous dites, bon, je vais essayer ça. Ça ne marche pas, mais je vais essayer ça. Donc, pour dire la vérité, moi, je ne me situe pas comme Moudimbe dans cette espèce de dictature coloniale. Et je vous réfère la critique que j'ai faite de Moudimbe. On a marqué ça dans le New York Times du 30 avril dernier. Vous allez voir. Et je ne sais pas comment le journaliste a eu ça, mais ce que je dis exactement de la bibliothèque coloniale de Moudimbe, allez y voir. New York Times, le 30 avril 2025. Moudimbe est mort en avril, je crois. Donc, c'est ça. Moi, je ne me situe pas dans cette bibliothèque. Je trouve que c'est quelque chose qui est contre-productif. Parce que toutes les cultures du monde ramassent. Ils ramassent.
Ok, très bien, merci. Nous avons d'autres questions. Il y en a une dans le chat. Non, il y en avait d'abord une dans le chat de la part de Bourema de RLWMD et qui, je pense, se connecte à partir du Burkina Faso, donc la connexion n'est peut-être pas très bonne. Je la lis si vous ne la voyez peut-être pas. Bonsoir à vous.
Je ne peux pas la voir.
Ouais, bon, normalement ce serait en bas dans le chat, mais je vous la lis. Bonsoir à vous, merci bien, professeur, pour ce brillant exposé. Je voudrais poser une question sur la langue. En faisant un rapport avec le philosophie dans une langue africaine de Mahamadé Savodago au Burkina Faso, selon lui, c'est un projet novateur qui offre une perspective nouvelle à la réflexion. Il part donc du fait que l'on pense toujours à partir d'une langue. Que pensez-vous de cette perspective? Cette perspective n'est-elle pas une contribution à un enrichissement de la philosophie? Merci.
Tout à fait. On ne peut penser qu'à partir d'une langue. Mais la réflexion traverse les langues. Je vais vous donner un exemple que je prenais hier avec un étudiant français. Prenons le terme expérience et comment une autre langue peut m'enrichir pour mieux comprendre ce que je veux. Il n'y a pas que les langues africaines. Prenez la notion de expérience. En français, il n'y a qu'un seul mot pour dire expérience. Expérience du laboratoire, expérience, dans la vie ordinaire. Il n'y a qu'un seul mot pour dire expérience. Mais si je voudrais discriminer les types d'expériences, je dois aller dans d'autres types de langues. Par exemple, l'anglais a deux manières de dire l'expérience. Experiment, qui est quelque chose qu'on fait au laboratoire, et experience, qui est quelque chose que nous faisons, l'expérience vécue. La langue allemande, et vous êtes en Allemagne, vous allez me corriger. L'expérience peut s'exprimer de trois manières. Vous avez experiment, qui est dans le laboratoire. Vous avez Erlebnis, qui est l'expérience vécue que je ne peux pas transmettre à quelqu'un d'autre. Par exemple, on me gifle, je vis cela. De Leben, qui veut dire vivre. Et puis, il y a aussi l'expérience Erfahrung, qui est l'expérience reçue, l'expérience qui me fait traverser l'histoire, de Fahren, qui regarde le mouvement. Donc, si je veux donc comprendre la complexité de la notion d'expérience et que je suis un Français, pourquoi ne pas regarder l'anglais? Pourquoi ne pas regarder l'allemand, qui me donnera probablement aussi d'autres choses beaucoup plus spécifiques? Je peux aussi, à partir des langues européennes, mieux comprendre les problèmes de ma propre langue. Et je peux aussi mieux comprendre les langues, je peux aussi mieux comprendre à partir de ma propre langue. Donc, on part d'une langue, mais on chemine à travers plusieurs. L'essentiel, c'est de ne pas avoir, à mon avis, cette espèce d'identitarisme qui pense que quand je pense dans ma langue, eh bien, tout est clair, eh bien, je suis libéré. Non, ce n'est que la moitié du parcours. Donc, moi, j'ajouterais donc à ça qu'on ne peut penser qu'à partir d'une langue, j'ajouterais que on ne peut agir que dans la traversée des langues. C'est tout. Enfin, je ne sais pas si j'ai bien répondu. Je ne sais pas si ce n'est pas bien répondu, si j'ai répondu.
Très bien, merci. Oui, il a apparu dans. Est-ce que vous voulez reprendre la parole pour Emma de Rewende? Non, ça ne marche pas. Bon. On va donc passer la parole à d'abord Ulrich Mettend et ensuite.
Oui. Ah,
Donc, ce sont les deux questions que j'ai sur Zoom.
Allô, bonjour, vous m'entendez?
oui, oui, je t'entends. Ça va?
Ouais, ça va super bien, merci. Merci
Oh,
beaucoup
écoute,
pour
c'est des choses que tu casses, le réchauffer. Enfin bon.
cet exposé, Jean. Bah, c'est des
Oh, oh.
questions que j'aurais pu poser en privé parce qu'on a l'habitude
Il n'y a pas de
d'échanger,
problème, il
mais
n'y a
je vais
pas de
les
problème. Vas-y, vas-y, vas-y.
pour la gouverne de tout le monde. En fait, ce qui m'intéresse le plus dans ce que tu as fait comme exposé, c'est, surtout à partir du titre, c'est, je veux dire, le sous-titre, la création des lieux du futur en Afrique. Ah ben, et si j'ai bien compris, en fait, créer les lieux du futur en Afrique, ce n'est pas simplement bâtir des infrastructures ou adopter des technologies dites de pointe, même si elles sont nécessaires. Mais c'est aussi penser les conditions même de l'habiter, du rapport au temps et du rapport au monde. Parce que voilà, l'Afrique, longtemps pensée comme un lieu du passé ou du retard, devient aujourd'hui, d'une certaine manière, un laboratoire d'une modernité alternative qui se veut à la fois urbaine, écologique, communautaire et connectée, etc. En fait, les lieux du futur sont d'une certaine manière des espaces de mémoire et d'innovation qui se croisent. Mais aussi c'est des espaces ou des lieux de résistance. Mais moi, j'avais peut-être trois questions
Oui.
qui peuvent se décliner de la manière suivante. En fait, cette création engage, si je le comprends bien, une politique de la vision et même une certaine éthique de la construction. Les questions seraient donc de savoir qui a le droit de concevoir le futur? Voilà. Qui a le droit? Est-ce le philosophe? Est-ce le politique? Est-ce le technocrate? Etc. Et pour qui? Ce futur pour qui? Bon, lorsqu'on sait aussi qu'aujourd'hui en Afrique, tout le monde veut partir, tous les jeunes veulent partir, etc. Pour qui? Et enfin, avec quelle mémoire, quelles ressources, quels outils méthodologiques et même quelle cosmologie au pluriel nous devons mobiliser pour construire ce futur-là. C'est le lieu du futur. Voilà les quelques questions que j'avais à poser. Merci beaucoup.
Oui, alors, la première question qui concerne le futur, vous savez, la réflexion sur le futur est toujours un pari. C'est un pari, je reviens toujours, je reviens sur ce que Saint-Augustin disait, soit, je crois, dans les Confessions, je crois, livre 11, en parlant. Allô? Allô? Oh.
Nous vous
Oui,
écoutons.
on écoute,
Oh,
j'écoute.
ok, très très bien. Mais- oui. Donc, en disant euh, le passé, je peux pas en savoir, je peux pas savoir ce qui s'est passé parce que c'est toujours la reconstruction. Le futur n'est pas encore là. Et quant au présent, le présent n'a pas d'étendue. Cette aporie du temps révélée par Saint Augustin nous donne, à mon avis, euh, euh, une espèce de modestie de ne pas parler du futur. Du
Ok.
futur, nous ne pouvons que... Allô?
Oui.
Ok. Du futur, nous ne pouvons que faire ce que Ernst Bloch appelle des images souhaits. Nous ne pouvons que souhaiter en disant, ah, peut-être, ceci sera peut-être. Donc d'abord ça, c'est-à-dire le futur n'est pas une construction qui sera comme un, on ne sait pas, parce que entre le moment où l'on formule cela dans l'imagination, ou même où l'on met le plan sur le papier, et la, l'actualisation, il y aura pas mal de déterminisme. Il peut y avoir des changements. Donc, le futur, pour moi, la construction du futur ne peut être qu'une image souhait, comme dit Ernst Bloch. Alors, votre question se précise parce que d'abord, vous dites qui? La question de l'argent.
Mhm.
Par quels moyens? La question des moyens. Et puis, la question téléologique, pour quel but?
Mhm.
Alors, je partirai par une, pour dire ce qu'on doit faire d'abord, je partirai de cette distinction que Heidegger fait justement dans sa façon de traiter de la notion d'habiter. Il distingue habiter et s'abriter. S'abriter, on construit quelque chose de tout à fait instrumental, une des maisons, des ponts, et ainsi de suite. Mais habiter le monde, c'est autre chose. Non seulement que c'est une œuvre qui peut être physique, et ainsi de suite, mais c'est surtout une conversion ontologique de notre rapport au monde.
Mhm.
Aujourd'hui, prenons l'Afrique. Notre rapport au monde, c'est quoi? L'aspect marchandise. Est-ce que dans les utopies futures et dans nos dystopies, et ainsi de suite, qu'est-ce que nous faisons de cette chose qui nous conditionne tant et qu'on appelle la marchandise? Moi, je ne crois pas aux gens qui disent, ah oui, la culture nous conditionne, la langue, et ainsi de suite. C'est la marchandise. Tout se vend. Euh, et souvent, quand vous entendez les gens très gonflés sur d'eux-mêmes, l'indignation, n'est-ce pas, au niveau des commissures des lèvres, mais avec ces lèvres-là, ils rampent devant les pouvoirs, ils lèchent les bottes. Donc, la construction du futur est d'abord un souhait. Et qui va le faire? Tout le monde doit y participer. À mon petit niveau, et ça, on ne m'a pas encore démenti. Les grands philosophes africains, avec leur façon de penser, leur mou, et tout ça, ils ne m'ont pas encore démenti. Prenons le sort des enfants. Je ne parle pas de ceux de l'Ituri ou de Bukavu qui sont dans les mines. Je ne parle pas de ceux qui sont torturés par les compagnies chinoises. Je ne parle pas des enfants qui sont dans les rues, ici à la Nouvelle-Orléans. Dans la philosophie africaine, quel est le sort qu'on a réservé aux enfants? Parle-t-il? Nous parlons d'eux. Il y a de cela quelque temps, les femmes étaient encore marginales. Maintenant, c'est la grande mode, les femmes, vous savez. Les enfants, on n'en parle pas. C'est-à-dire que, et je vais répondre à votre question, nous avons ramassé l'un des grands vices de la philosophie occidentale, à savoir discours de maîtrise, discours arrogant, discours il faut, on doit, il n'y a qu'à. Les enfants, on n'en parle pas. La littérature en parle. La littérature africaine, il parle du sort des enfants. Énormément, je peux citer pas mal de quelques les littératures occidentales parlent. Mais l'enfant, lui, il est fantasmé par le pédagogue, qu'est l'homme, le philosophe. Donc, qui va faire cela? Les utopies du futur. Ma question est claire, c'est une œuvre collective. Tout le monde doit mettre son sel si nous voulons que le futur, quelque chose puisse aller bien. Bon, d'abord ça. Deuxièmement, qui va faire? Ma réponse, une œuvre commune. Deuxièmement, avec quels moyens? Vous avez posé la question. Il y a 3 types de moyens que moi je peux voir. Et je peux voir ça en trois moments. Il y a d'abord les moyens que j'appelle les moyens subjectifs, la question de l'identité, la question du moi. Qu'en est-il de nos identités aujourd'hui? Qu'est-ce que nous en faisons? Un. Et puis, le deuxième niveau, c'est le niveau de l'altérité. Qu'est-ce que je fais avec ce qui m'entoure? Que ce soit les hommes, que ce soit les animaux, que ce soit la nature. Qu'est-ce que je fais de ça? Et puis, le troisième niveau que moi je vois, c'est entre moi et les autres, il y a au milieu de nous le tiers, les institutions. Qu'est-ce que nous allons faire de ces institutions? Alors, je pense donc que, à mon avis, je me trompe peut-être, je n'ai pas raison, peut-être, mais je pense qu'on peut forger ces instruments du futur à partir de la reconsidération du moi, de la reconsidération de l'altérité et de la notion d'institution. Institution de la langue, institution de la famille, institution politique, économique, médicale. Donc, moi, autrui, et le tiers qui est l'institution. Donc, il faudrait, à mon avis, chercher des armes à partir de ça. Qui va le faire? Tout le monde. Avec quoi? Avec des armes individuelles, collectives, les autres, et institutionnelles. Troisième moment de votre question, c'était le but. On fait ça pourquoi? Nous faisons ça pour avoir la promesse de bonheur, si tant est qu'elle existe. Parce que quand nous prenons tout ce que les êtres humains génèrent actuellement, la morale post-humaniste, on dirait que l'être humain est fatigué de lui-même. On dit, ah oui, on oublie, on est malade, mais nous allons créer un être qui ne soit pas malade. Un être qui n'oublie pas. Le but est de redevenir humain. Parce qu'il y a, de mon point de vue, je me trompe peut-être, il y a une grande différence, et des penseurs comme Théard de Chardin le font, il y a une différence entre hominisation, devenir homo sapiens, homo faber, ainsi de suite, l'hominisation et l'humanisation. Humanisation, le terme de humain vient aussi de humus. L'humus, c'est ce qui fait croître une plante. On n'est pas humble, on n'est pas humain. Et je pense que le futur, les utopies du futur, si tant est qu'on puisse les formuler, peuvent nous donner un minimum d'humanité. Parce que l'humanité, bon, je ne sais pas, ici d'où je vous parle, l'humanité, un être humain, un être humain, c'est la fonction. Un être humain, ce n'est pas une fonction. Raison pour laquelle des questions ontologiques sont, à mon avis, très essentielles. L'être humain n'est pas une fonction. Mais c'est cette fonction-là qui nous suit partout. Je vais prendre un exemple. Et tout le monde, je vais prendre juste un exemple que j'ai toujours remarqué, mais je n'ai jamais dit parler de ça, puisque, bon, en fait, ça me profite un peu. On dit, Bidima, c'est le sujet. Et, c'est la copule. Professeur, le prédicat, c'est-à-dire la tribu. Bidima est professeur. Et vous voyez nos sociétés, comment nos sociétés nous réduisent. C'est-à-dire que le prédicat vient d'abord avant le sujet. Et les gens tiennent beaucoup plus compte du prédicat que du sujet. Professeur Bidima. Souvent même, si on vous appelle, on ne vous appelle pas par le prédicat, ça vous chagrine. Vous dites, mais il ne me respecte pas. Et tu ta copule, et tu le prédicat, tu es un sujet. Appelez-moi Bidima. Donc, cette réduction du sujet à ces petits prédicats donnés par la société, c'est ça, notre mort. Revenir sur l'être. Ça peut paraître une position passéiste, presque métaphysique, mais ça nous permet de ne pas considérer l'être comme une fonction. Donc alors, qui va faire? L'ensemble. Avec quels moyens? Les moyens individuels, les moyens collectifs et les moyens institutionnels. Pour quel but? Préserver la part d'humanité qui pourra encore rester. Nous ne savons pas. Parce que l'humanité peut finir de de ce globe. Mais les chiens, les animaux et les plantes peuvent rester. Donc, c'est ça. Donc, alors, c'était un peu brouillon. Bon, de toute façon, c'est ce que je peux dire hein, pour votre...
Merci beaucoup. Il nous reste 2 minutes et donc,
oh
si
je
vous
veux...
acceptez une dernière question
oh
de Yannick Essang qui...
oui, je l'ai vu là, oui.
Oui, il est déjà là et je crois qu'il se connecte depuis Brazzaville.
Oh non.
Il y a 2, 3 jours. Donc, on va reprendre sa question.
Brazzaville a encore l'électricité? Oh.
Bon, pour ce soir, nous avons de l'électricité quand même. Voilà, bonsoir à tous
Oui,
et
oui.
bonsoir à...
J'ai remarqué qu'il y a derrière,
Voilà,
pour ce
bonsoir.
soir, il y a une critique. Oui, allez-y.
Voilà. Bonsoir à Bidima qui a demandé qu'on l'appelle justement Bidima.
Oh,
Je
oh,
vais
ça ne
l'appeler
me dérange pas du
Bidima.
tout. Ça me dérange pas du tout.
Alors, la nomination est quand même quelque chose d'assez fondamental dans la logique du discours et dans la détermination de la personne, du sujet, de l'être pensant et surtout de son lieu, le lieu à partir duquel il s'exprime. Et je
Oui.
pense que de cette réflexion sur la dénomination, je voudrais aborder toute la foultitude de questions, de réflexions qui peuvent habiter mon esprit quelquefois dérangé. Euh, je voudrais davantage aller dans le sens justement de la question des top points qui a été
Ah oui.
discutée dès le début de la présentation et qui a mis en valeur la question du lieu. Alors, le lieu en tant que traversée, le lieu certainement en tant qu'espace, le lieu surtout en tant que lieu d'énonciation, à partir duquel un discours peut se construire et peut s'articuler pour pouvoir faire sens. Donc, je voudrais partir de cette réflexion-là, puisque j'écris d'ailleurs ma thèse sur la topique à partir de Fabien Boussi, l'autre vis-à-vis à une certaine époque de Bidima, d'une certaine manière, d'une approche critique à une approche voilà, de reprise critique du sens philosophique, à partir des questions finalement somme toute très actuelles et à développer. Donc, je voudrais partir de cette exploration de cette topique
Mhm.
en lien à la palabre, parce que c'est un hiatus auquel je fais face, justement, c'est un peu nombriliste dans la perspective de l'écriture de cette thèse, de comprendre justement les possibilités de passement, de dépassement entre l'atopique et la palabre. Je prends pour lieu d'énonciation justement à partir de cette réflexion le cours que j'ai suivi justement de Bidima, puisqu'il a demandé qu'on l'appelle ainsi, lors de l'école africaine de philosophie qui a été donnée en 2024, il n'y a pas très longtemps, et dans laquelle Bidima met justement en valeur la question de l'aliénation. L'aliénation en lien à la démocratie et aux soins. Donc, je m'interroge finalement autour de toutes ces questions d'utopie, de dystopie, abstraction faite de tout ce que Tonda essaye d'aborder dans le sens d'afro-dystopie. Nous sommes situés dans le lieu de l'Afrique, bien entendu. Je me fais l'économie de cette précision-là. Je voudrais donc poser cette question. L'idée donc d'une certaine terre promise qui a été reprise comme étant exploration de la rédemption, ou encore la colonisation comme étant l'occupation et la promesse d'une terre à labourer. Donc, si nous prenons pour paradigme cette vision futuriste d'une terre à labourer, alors la question que je me pose en partant du lieu, en partant des lieux, en partant des topoi précisément comme cela a été présenté tout à l'heure, comment est-ce que la philosophie en tant que traversée peut aussi se comprendre comme étant un positionnement? Parce que la traversée reste un mouvement. Il faut bien, pour penser l'être philosophique africain, aller aussi dans la perspective d'une dimension statique. Donc, indépendamment de ces évolutions, comment est-ce que vous voyez les topoi, non pas simplement comme étant des espaces qui évoluent dans le temps, qui se partagent entre passé, présent, futur, mais des topoi qui se comprennent aussi comme étant une dimension de stabilité, comme étant une dimension d'enracinement, de positionnement dans un lieu. Voilà.
Alors, merci pour cette observation. Alors, d'abord, j'ai dit tout à l'heure que je voudrais, enfin, mon avis, je trouve que la réflexion sur l'ontologie a été marginalisée dans les discours philosophiques africains. Et s'il y a quelque chose qui mérite d'être, à mon avis, retravaillé, c'est cette notion, la notion d'ontologie. Alors, vous me dites, il y a des lieux, et ces lieux sont des lieux mouvants. Le devenir et l'essence du réel. Je n'ai pas créé Héraclite, Hegel et les autres, Marx. Mais ce qui me paraît être justement le lieu de l'engagement et le lieu par excellence, c'est la question. Et je trouve cet horizon de la question chez un poète qui s'appelle Edmond Jabès. Il a écrit le livre de la question. Ce ne sont pas des réponses qui sont des points provisoires, mais c'est la question elle-même qui doit rester quelque chose de permanent. C'est-à-dire, la question nous permet justement de traverser les lieux. Parce que quand on s'est établi dans un lieu, le lieu devient oppressif le plus souvent. Prenons les indépendances africaines. Nous sommes passés de la colonisation première manière vers les indépendances. Nous avons un drapeau, nous avons des hymnes, nous avons des armées, nous avons des prisons, nous avons des lieux de prostitution. Tout cela a été aussi apporté par la colonisation. Les lieux de prostitution, on a presque tout. Mais il faudrait peut-être aussi dépasser ça et aller vers autre chose. C'est la question, à mon avis, qui est la chose la plus perturbante, n'est-ce pas, dans la façon de se comporter. Le thème même de la question, lisez quelqu'un comme Bachelard dans la formation de l'esprit scientifique, il parle de ça. Il dit, c'est le problème qui est important. Ce n'est pas les statiques, les petites, en allant à gauche et à droite. Non, ce n'est pas ça. C'est la question qui est importante. Et la question est dérangeante. Et la question est quelque chose qui nous fait devenir. Pas seulement la question qu'on pose vis-à-vis du réel autour de nous, mais celle qui nous transforme nous-mêmes. Prenons les Africains, puisque nous parlons des intellectuels africains et de l'Afrique. Prenons toutes les critiques que les Africains font. On fait de la France, on fait des États-Unis, on fait de ceci. Vous allez trouver tout le temps des contradictions. Les contradictions, c'est parce que ils veulent avoir une position. Et la position est toujours quelque chose de contradictoire. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a une identité qu'il faut préserver? Je ne sais pas ce que c'est que l'identité. Parce que nous sommes un résultat de plusieurs choses. Je vais prendre un exemple. Je suis né en Foumassi. Je vais vraiment dire quelque chose pour vous dire que ce qu'on appelle l'identité, je ne sais pas. Je ne sais pas. Je ne conteste pas. Je ne sais pas. Mais quand je vois toute ma vie, de la maternelle, avec l'abbé Clément Angoni, jusqu'en terminale, au séminaire de Mbalmayo avec Nkoué, l'abbé Benjamin, où est l'identité là-dedans? Étudier Saint Thomas d'Aquin et faire si. Où est l'identité là? L'identité, c'est quoi? Est-ce que c'est une donnée? Je mets au réfrigérateur et puis je remballe. Je ne sais pas. Donc, ce qui est essentiel pour moi, un peu de stabilité et d'engagement et des racines. Vous avez parlé là des racines. Je ne veux pas vous citer Édouard Glissant ni Deleuze, non, parce que l'étiquette de postmoderne, hein, j'en ai un peu. Hein. Donc, c'est pour vous dire que, à mon avis, il faut, à mon avis, je parle des lieux, non pas en termes de où, A ou B. Je parle toujours des lieux avec le et, A et B. Parce que c'est le télescopage des lieux qui peut donner, à mon avis, quelque chose. Je me trompe peut-être parce que les gens ont besoin de stabilité, les gens ont besoin d'identité et ils aiment se dire ah oui je suis ci, je suis ci. Oui mais je vais dire oui je suis Betty Mvele d'Akono Linga et tout ça. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Quand j'ai un nom Jean Godefroy, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Je ne sais pas. Donc moi je privilégie beaucoup plus le et au lieu du ou. Est-ce que c'est ceci ou cela? Et pour revenir sur la palabre, je dois dire publiquement que ma conception, puisque vous travaillez sur Eboussi, et je dois rendre ça très clair, euh, ma conception de la palabre, puisqu'il en parle aussi, n'est pas la sienne. Dans la palabre, on aboutit à un consensus chez Eboussi. Vérifiez très bien. Chez moi, il n'y a pas de consensus. Le consensus est conflictuel. On dit souvent en bêtise, vous connaissez l'expression, on dit Bine king dia bingwambibe. Nous avons une même voix, mais avec des gorges différentes. On ne peut pas réduire King et Ngong à la même chose. Donc, sa conception de la palabre, il mise sur une position, un consensus. On ne peut quand les gens disent oui, on ne peut jamais savoir si c'est oui. Donc, même voix, gorgée différente. Donc, je parie sur ça, sur la question du dissensus, comme quelque chose de fondateur. C'est une option philosophique qui n'est pas justifiable comme les autres oppositions. Ce ne sont que des options, c'est tout. Donc voilà. Donc pour revenir, c'est que moi, je ne pense pas les lieux en termes de où ceci ou cela. Je pense les lieux en termes de et. C'est-à-dire ceci et cela. Un lieu pouvant aussi éclairer l'autre, je crois.
Ok, donc merci, merci infiniment pour cette riche conférence, cette riche discussion que je dois arrêter à ce moment-là. Mais nous savons l'important, ce sont les questions. Donc même s'il y a des questions qui restent, elles vont nous occuper. Et ce ne sont pas les réponses qui comptent. Bon, mais nous vous remercions bien sûr d'avoir répondu à nos questions.
C'est moi qui vous remercie beaucoup pour cet exercice.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Très bien. Merci.
Technique.
Merci beaucoup.
Cela. Voilà. Et nous vous souhaitons. Bon, ici, c'est une belle soirée. Chez vous, c'est plutôt.
Ici, c'est 1h de l'après-midi.
Ouais. Ok. Nous vous souhaitons donc.
C'est encore 1h de l'après-midi, hein, sauf si le président décide que c'est 6h. Nous, on va se courber. Nous, on va se courber. Si Trump décide que c'est 6 heures, bah, c'est 6 heures. Bon, à bientôt. Oh là là, quel monde.